Hello, hello. Let's make a video about what I think should be fixed in this game. And I thought I'd brainstorm with the community, see if we can get some people to also play devil's advocate. We'll see if anyone will of it. We're here to just discuss what I think. And then I'm planning to make a video about it soon. But I'm hoping some people will have opinions. But I'm gonna try to not like I'm writing it down so I can make a video that's good about it. Stop listening to their editors. You're not wrong. I think that's a point that I want to bring up in this video. That you mentioned that is that one topic that I want is that Paradox sticks. I'm writing this down. Sticks to their guns on things. I'll give you one specific example that I think that they really did a poor job on this. Is originally you couldn't get achievements if you had ahistorical formables on, right? And I think that actually is like the way they designed it specifically because of how broken Rome is. Like, why would you honestly, like, I can't play him here, but Rome is so broken they shouldn't even be achievement compatible. But then Paradox doesn't stick to their guns on these type of things, right? I think achievements is its own category that we're going to talk about too, right? But yeah, I think that they need to make harder achievements that are fun because, like in EU4, like there are achievements that are really make the game fun, right? But yeah, no, these are all things I want to talk about in the video that I want to make. But it's like my theory would be like, okay, I think that they didn't. I think Rome was designed. Oh no, I can't see it, but I think Rome was designed to not be achievement compatible because it's so broken with this, right? And so people got mad about that, and then they just listen to it and they don't stick to their guns. But then that comes down to like, so I mean that's my opinion. Who knows whether that's something that like other people think? But I'm like, okay, let's say achievements did matter, right? If achievements mattered, this is a problem, I think, because it's so overpowered. Which is like, okay, but let's say there's a world conquest achievement or something like that. It's like, well, now it really doesn't make sense to have Rome as a formable because they're so overpowered in their tier 5 that anyone can form. That basically removes control from the game. No, but it's small things, right? I think achievements do matter for like certain, like for me, a lot of drive of playing the game was like different achievements like Memphis Ambition or World Conquest. I mean, it made me have a goal I could achieve, strive towards. That was really, that kept me coming back over and over. All right, I don't know why they're in my notes. Like the amount of hours that I spent like trying to do Memphis Ambition, like that, it was a lot of fun trying to figure out how to do that. But I would never have done that if the achievement didn't exist, right? So I think things like that are like the game's missing out on those. And that's like good for not just like me playing, but that's good for people watching content, right? Like people love those videos. And people that watch videos brings more attention to the game, brings more people to play the game, et cetera, et cetera. People want to see content creators trying really hard challenges. Like I can tell you from like the analytics of my videos, right? So it's like it is something that the game's missing out on, whether it's for the player trying to achieve it or just like for content that helps push the game forward, right? So I'd say that it is a definite problem. But as far as PDX sticking to their guns, I think that also means like originally no tag swap bonuses, not modifier stacky. But that's where we are. Let's talk about governors for a second. I think governors. I'm just kind of making notes for a video. So I guess whatever we chit chat about, you know, if it's like the idea is like I'm trying not to miss like a ton of topics. I'm trying to like write it down for once instead of just like making a video where I gosh. I mean I don't really script anything to be fair, but I'm gonna try to remember. So governors. I think there are just. I was thinking about this like. Governors feel bad because, to me, because they take away from the original control mechanic. And in what sense do I say that is like the game is designed in a way that's like, okay, you as the ages progress, roads get better and better. I think, right? Well, if you take away the control mechanics or you add governors, it kind of like devalues that system. Because I think the game's designed in a way where it's like, okay, roads get better and better as the game progresses, so you're able to get more and more control as the game progresses. Given, I think that there's a little bit of a issue there. Like, I think that it's a little bit of an issue that they only have roads like once per age. I think it'd be cool if we had like more, maybe like 2 roads of an age. I don't know how you would do that. Maybe like, I don't know, require like, you know, maybe it requires like 40 texts to research. I don't know how they would do it, but I think that it really feels bad that the age, like age 3 has no road upgrade. I think that feels bad. Like I think that's like a problem. So you go, you know, you get roads in the second age, right? Or do you? No, it's the third age. That's what it is. It's the second age you get no roads. Is it? No, I'm crazy. I think so. Yeah. So that's probably where it's like the worst. It's like, okay, you play probably around 100 and let's say 130-ish years before you can upgrade a road. Because I think you have one in the third, like every other age beyond that, right? Or no? Yeah, so you get tier. I think maybe no, it's in the age reference you can get roads too, right? Because yeah, I think it's like 3 and 4. Yeah. So age 2 and 4 you don't get roads. I think that's like not a good idea. Age 2 and 4. I'd rather that the game, like, honestly, I'm not saying that roads should be better. I'm just saying that there should be like a progression between them. I think there should be like literally one new version of the road like every, or some sort of upgrade to the road that makes it more of a smooth power curve. So I think it feels bad to like not be able to increase your control at all between like, you know, you start the game and you have roads unlocked. I even be more about like more open to the idea of researching the first road and the like you don't know the first road until like some point in this age. I know it's a weird thing to do, but so it's like you don't know a road until maybe like somewhere down the, you know, the tree somewhere. And then you know, just and then you get like, let's say you just get a road like every age. And the reality is no one really, I don't even care if they're honestly like, we don't need a road in the age of revolutions. Just make it like 1, 2, 3, 4 would be totally fine. I think that no one plays the Age of Revolutions anyways, but I mean that's a different topic too. It's like, is it even worth talking about in a video like this to talk about the couple last ages? I don't know. I mean, there's so many issues with the game that it's, yeah, there's issues with those ages, but I think that in general the power core, I feel like governors really ruin control though being important. Because, you know, you just have so many. Let's say that the average player, like, I don't know, but I'm like, I would say that the average campaign, or even the, what I mean is, I doubt many people play past the 4th age, or even the 3rd, but I would say, like, definitely not the 4th, but maybe not even the 3rd, right? But the reason I bring that up is because by the 4th age, we can have, I think, something like 5 or 6 capitals. And I think that's like an issue with the governor mechanic, right? Like, sure. I mean, even for that though, it's like that's fine if you don't play as long as most people. But the point being, I think that having 5+ capitals by, let's say, I don't know, 1500s, right? It's probably bad. Not good for not good design. I think the naval governor is just like terrible design in general. The naval governor is bad design choice. Naval governor is just awkward. You know, you have to. I'm just taking notes, but you have to intentionally disconnect land, and +2 capitals for going naval feels super imbalanced. Imbalanced for land versus naval. We need land to give either, I'd say either 50 land gives access to the normal governor. I mean, I think the governors are an issue though. I mean, I've played Italy. Before the patch, I didn't have to close my buildings to do that. I don't think that's true. But I would say that either 50 land gives access to the normal governor, or I guess what I'm getting at is land needs some sort of advantage past 50 value with similar power to navals. That's what I would say. I don't know what that would be. I also would consider lowering the value of the proximity value. So like make governors worse, possibly. Maybe they would give like not even like maybe like 70 local proximity. I also thought of like a balance issue here would be like, tell me what you guys think of this, because it was just like a random thought I had the other day. I don't know if I like it, but I was thinking, like, okay, it doesn't make sense for me as Castile to have a governor in like China, right? Right. Right. No, I understand that too, yeah. But I think it's like a naval balance thing too, right? Like Sevilla is just so much better because I think naval is so much better. Because naval allows you to get way more control than land ever could, which I think is like maybe historical. I don't really have like a super strong argument there, but I also think it's like, okay. Because like I mean, as the game progresses, you're gonna be you get more control progressively. But I think that so my idea with governors was and I don't know if I this is just a thought, but I'm like I feel like there needs to be some sort of range limit that's a little bit better. I don't know, like naval, for example, right? Like, how do you limit? Like, you shouldn't be able to have a naval governor in like another like in China, for example, right? As Spain, it doesn't really make sense. It's so far away. Like for the time, like you just wouldn't be able to exert that much control from Spain over China. It's just not realistic, right? So I was thinking like maybe you should actually have to be like within range. Like you should have to have like a maritime presence connection for the naval governor to like work, similar to like roads, right? Like you should have to have like maritime presence like to this location that you want this in or something. I don't know if that's the right answer, but just something along the lines of like limiting the player in some sort of way that they can't just like put one down anywhere. What I think would be better. But I don't right, moving your like I actually agree with that too. Like moving your capital to a like more strategic location does seem like good gameplay. But I think that I don't like the governors can just be like, oh, like I think there's a lot of I think governors like activate a lot of cheese. Like a lot of cheese. Like you're gonna be like, okay, if I like I'll give you an example of like, okay, I'm gonna try to snake my way to like Italy every time now because like governors are so powerful, right? So it's like you know, like I'm gonna go snake to the valuable land so I can use a governor, which I think is like actively bad gameplay design, right? Like I don't think it's good to be like, oh, I'm gonna snake to like, and in that sense, I'm like, okay, well, what if it was like a requirement that you had to have at least 1% proximity to the location that you wanted to move your governor to, or something like that, right? Like I don't know, like that. I maybe that's a little too limiting, but something in the sense of like something that restricts you from just snaking to Italy every time. I would say. That's kind of my point of being like what I think that should be. And I'd say the same thing with like naval governors too. What if I live sinking to Italy? What do you mean live? You mean like? But I think if you what if I love it, then do it, I guess. I'm not gonna stop you. It's all opinion based too, right? All this stuff. I just want to make a video about all the different things that I could think about. But I think it's like bad gameplay though. That you can put your like, you know, like I think it makes sense if you have like for example, you're let's say that you're playing like Byzantium or something, right? Jokes are legal. If you're Byzantium, like, and if you have like a naval, if you have a coast that's like all the way to here, right? Then sure, a naval governor makes sense, right? You probably, you know, maritime presence wise, if you have maritime presence all the way here, I could see that, right? So it's like that makes some sense to be like, okay, if your maritime presence stretches all the way to like X location, then maybe you know. I think that's like a problem though, Marcos, because like you really only need them to have one cabinet slot to be useful for you, right? I don't think that's like a good solution. Like I only want one cabinet. I don't care. Like they only do one thing that's still broken. If I release 57 subjects, then they can all integrate. Like, what else do we really care about, right? Like, sure, it'd be nice if they could dev too, but like, do I really care? I don't think that fixes anything. I think it's like, I mean, that's a completely different topic that we're gonna get to though. I mean, we can just jump to it now, I suppose. Is like, yeah. I think that. Yeah, I think that like integration is its entire. We'll talk about it. We'll get to like all like I'm writing notes about all the different things, and like I just wanted to discuss with people, but I also wanted some people here that are like gonna play devil's advocate and be like, like, hey, I'm an economy type of guy, and or I'm a tall player, and I don't like this because of this, and I think that's what I'm hoping for. Is there's be some people like that will probably won't happen because all my viewers are gonna be wide players, but does anyone here have like a argument against the governors being bad? Or do you feel like who here is like really like on with the governors? Like we like them a lot. How's it going, Jets man? I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, by the way. Governors are lovely. Flavor, yes. Flavor. Yeah, I agree. I like that's definitely a topic we'll get to. I was talking about lemon cake the other day. Like, do you guys feel the same that like Muscovy has like weirdly the most flavor in the game, or has way like I'm like if the average nation was like Muscovy, I feel like the game would be in a good place with flavor. Like they just seem to get so many like unique cabin events, so many like cool little historical events that they have. They get like special claims on like Novgorod, or like I'm like they have so much good. They like honestly their flavor is pretty good in my opinion. But let's discuss the governors for a bit because I'm sure some people really enjoy them because they're like able to get control that they otherwise couldn't get. Right. My issue with them is that it kind of feels well. For one, I think we can all agree. Maybe we can't all agree, but I would say majority of people could probably agree that like going naval or not going naval seems like it would be like a grief because why wouldn't you want? I lost train of thought. Why would you not go naval? Because you get 2 extra capitals. And so it seems like you're kind of required to go naval if you're trying to be min-max, which I'm like, that's not, to me, that's like, that's bad design. Right? Like even as, let's say that I was playing as like, I don't know. I mean, I guess and what do we think about the naval governor that you're required to have a gap between your capital? Like, I don't like it, but I want to hear what you guys think. Like, does anyone like think this is a good idea? Like that I can't have like the governor can't be placed in a connecting if I don't have like a disconnecting land. Even though I could just use a vassal to do this, that seems like I don't disagree. My issue though, again, my issue with governors is that I feel like that you can solve control. You can really just, I mean, it encourages you to be able to blob like crazy, right? Like you can basically get like, I think you just get too much value from them. Like I almost think the proximity maybe just needs to go down a bit or something like that. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't hate I don't hate the normal governor system a lot. I think what I really dislike is the whole naval governor situation where you have to push 50 naval and then you're given like an extra capital and this capital has to be disconnected from your main land. Like those two things are like what I really don't like about governors, but I think also it does devalue the original game concept of like, okay, here's your capital and you're going to try to get value around your capital. So it's a different gameplay loop. But what are your guys' ideas of like, okay, what do you guys think of? I don't know. It's like everything becomes too powerful. Have you considered you're just a hater? Yeah. I like that idea. Nature. So I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I think that you get too much, like 80 proximity is too much. I would say. Early game too. No, it's I love for some like tall players. Funny enough, I'm like I would like people that don't like me to be in the stream just so they could like play devil's advocate, not in a way of like being like toxic, but like being more of like the sense that like they don't really vibe with my gameplay loop, and so they would have like a different perspective, different opinions. But cool, yeah. Call of Duty. I think Ludi plays like in a somewhat similar way that I play. Probably. Not like crazy different than I wouldn't say me and Ludi are like too far off in how we play. I don't know. I think he likes the blob in a way. Okay. Yeah. I don't know that the student really plays EU5 that much, but I haven't seen many videos from him. But he's probably just busy too. Yeah. Okay, yeah, official hater. Yeah, I think like I definitely like Generalist, but he doesn't he's more just like a podcast type of guy. I feel like it you know. I do enjoy it, but a lot of times I'm like I got to be doing something else, and I kind of just listen to it in the background. I mean, I guess that's like all content, but so okay, getting back on topic. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so talk about governors. I'm just kind of like taking notes. I'm gonna make a video about the different stuff, but how do you guys feel about? I guess we could get into technology too, but how do you guys feel about the roads? I briefly talked about this earlier, but like the idea that like we don't get upgrades to roads in the second and fourth age. Does that feel like do you guys feel like that could be? And I'm talking like talking separate from governors. because I know governors kind of like bridge this gap maybe between this, but originally I kind of thought that like the gap between roads kind of felt large because roads kind of are what allows you to get more control in more places. Right. So I'm kind of like, would it feel better if there was like some sort of like H3 road or like maybe like, you know, a gap between something in the third age that kind of helps with proximity? I never played a U3 now. I guess it's not like a priority. It's just kind of a thought. I guess it doesn't really like. I guess I probably won't include that idea because it's just like it's not that important. But I think we're kind of in agreement that the governors aren't where they need to be. Yeah, I think it's like fine. Like it's just, but let's talk about let's like segue a little bit to technology. I want to see what you guys think because I think that you can research too many things. What do you guys think about that? Like the idea that like I said this in my other video, but the idea that you can, if we valued every research based off a scale from 1 to 10, you can pick everything that's above a 5 comfortably, which I think is like not good for gameplay because you should have to make choices between things that you want. Like for example, like you should only be able to get a couple of the quote unquote 10 things, right? Like and again, I like almost to the sense of like I think it'd be neat if there's kind of a branching tech tree. Like I don't like right now that you could just get whatever you want. I like that in EU4 you had to pick idea groups and that like in a way limited you from the other idea groups, right? Like you have to pick this one thing that you like, and then you're not going to be able to get these other things that you may have also wanted. I don't really know like what I would do to fix it. It's just kind of the idea of that like I think the tech tree could use improvements. I don't know. Again, I don't think it's like this is number one priority to fix in the game or something like that. But I'm like, I think that the research tree could use work in general, and I also feel like it's really I feel like, let me know if you guys feel the same way or if it's just me. I feel like oftentimes the tech is all over the place. Like for example, if I want to get a galley, it's like somewhere way over here. Like this. Like it's like why like I want it to be like next to like the other ships. Like I think sometimes I just get like I feel like things aren't like grouped in a way that makes sense to me. Do you guys feel the same way, or is that just kind of like me being an idiot issue? Like I kind of just feel like sometimes it's like all over the place as far as stuff, but of course. Like I don't know. I kind of just feel like a rework to the entire research system could be like a DLC or something, right? But it's not the most important thing, but at the same time, it's kind of like I feel like ideas in EU4 just felt better than the tech place here. But yeah, I guess I'll just put like that as I think it's like well I think that technology is like not a super high priority. It works, but I feel like there's no meaningful choices. I think things like I think that I prioritize like I think that moving something to the top to top of stack would be huge. Like, for example, like, I don't want to reset my research every time, but maybe I want this one research like right now because I need it right now. It would be amazing if you could just put it to the top of the priority list or something like that. But again, that's not like the most important thing. But okay, let me talk about this issue. Let me tell me if you guys agree or disagree with this. The different, I would say, like, different technology groups don't feel unique enough. Don't feel unique enough overall. Like, for example, the fact that we all use the same type of units, no matter where, if we're natives or Chinese or et cetera, right? I think that we have an issue with that. Like, basically, it's like I don't feel like Europeans feel enough different. I think that that's my opinion. Like, I feel like in the EU4, that you have different technology groups, and that literally makes the units feel different or worse, or like like European units feel better later. The Ottomans have generally like stronger units early, and that like you can really feel that in the game. And that's something that and same with like natives, right? Like I think like I like that there's different feeling troops. And I don't really feel like the different technology groups, they're a little different. You get some unique techs. But I feel like they all share the same like basics, like. But what do you guys think? Is that like something that I don't know exactly how you go about that, but I just kind of like the uniqueness. The uniqueness of different technology groups should be a present, I think. Yeah. So I think that's like what I wanted. I'm taking notes to make a video, by the way, guys. That's the point of the stream. But does anyone else have some thoughts on like technology, what they like to see, or just different ideas? Culture should be different. Like, what do you guys think of like? I just like, okay, how would you go about this? Do you guys think it'd be like an interesting thing to have like natives have their own like different branch that only they could get or something like that? Like, I don't know. It's like brainstorm. Like, how would they make like? Because I kind of feel like it's weird with natives that are like you're almost taking the same exact tech once you catch up. Which I'm like, would that be the case? I don't know. Like when I played the Aztecs recently, it's like I don't really feel that behind after like a while. Like I really feel like as the natives, like I could just catch up and like dominate Europe like easily. Which is like kind of crazy, right? I guess it's fine. It's not like I'm not saying that you should never be able to do that as a native or whatever, but I think there's a lot of bloat too. Like I think I definitely don't like. I don't know. It's just hard because I'm going from a different game and it doesn't feel like there's too much sometimes. Or like I like look around this tree too much because it's like I don't know, it's just like so big. Definitely. I mean, yeah. But how do you really fix that issue? Because I think in EU4 it was like, man, in EU4 they were so far behind in the institutions forever. And like in Asia, which I think is like a better representation of like balance. Because sure they had like way more people and they could field more armies, but as a result their armies aren't as powerful or their troops aren't as good, right? Maybe that's like something like that should be a thing, but it seems like institution spread in this game just is like crazy fast, right? Like it's not that hard for like China to get the institution or something like that. What do we think about like I mean that's a different issue, but yeah, I want to make a video that talks about like as many topics as possible. But let's like pivot to CBs, but maybe reducing the institution spread, possibly for China or something like that. I think flavor is something that they're like actively. I think that's being worked on the 1.2. So maybe reduce institution spread for China is like a possible thought process. Okay, let's talk about Casus Belli's though, and let's see what you guys think too. Or so one issue that I have is that Rival CB is a little bit of power creep. Do you guys disagree or agree? In the sense that you almost never want to use Parliament CB anymore because why would you want to pay extra antagonism and not take so much land? And I also agree with that, what you're saying. I wanted no CB to be like the main CB. Like at the start of the game, and then like the next age you unlock something, for example, right? We'll get to that topic. Yes, but that's another question of its own, right? Like, sure. But so on the question of rival CB, it seems as though what I don't like about rival CB is that you get a CB against like random small nations that just rival you randomly. You can't like you're not in control of that. Like if I go to a run, it's like I'm not in control of who rivals me, right? And if I get powerful enough, then I can only use the CB if someone rivals me, which I think feels bad. Like it's not like the worst thing, but it's kind of like, you know, like you're like, oh, I can't get the CB because whatever, right? I totally agree, yeah. But it's kind of like it's a CB that's like it generally works if people around you hate you, which is like not the most uncommon thing to happen. But also, you know, do you want CBs to be challenging or trivial? I don't know. I think CBs are like a really weird one, like because, in my opinion, what makes the Ottomans feel so good is that they have a button that can just give you CB, or the Timurids, for example, right? But I'm not. But it's like I don't know that I'm really willing to say like everyone should be able to do this. But at the same time, I don't know. But I'm like those nations feel so much better because they can just get a CB. In my opinion, it's like yeah, that feels great to just be like click a button and get a CB, right? And maybe it's like maybe for me it's like a thing of it's tedious or something, right? Like the idea that like I have like maybe it would be like less tedious. Maybe it's like a UI thing. I don't know. Like is it a UI thing that bothers me? Like for example, like would it be less tedious if I could just click like fabricated claim for X and then it would just do that thing? You know what I mean? Like instead of like having to get a spy network, it would be like it got a spy network, but it did it in like one click. Would that make it like less painful or like you know like I don't know. For me, it just feels like sometimes actively painful to get a CB. Like in some ways, but I'm like maybe that's like a UI thing. I don't know. But when they add CBs, it's like it's actually like Yeah. Right. And there's just certain things that I'm like, I don't know about. Like, I think that in general, like, if we're talking about CBs, Reconquest, a couple things I would say about CBs. Reconquest should only give you the negative 25% on actual Reconquest, because I think, like, you know, the meta right now would just be like, oh, I'm gonna just like, I've even given away a piece of my lands intentionally to and just never take it back, right? Like, I'll like play Austria and just give away like one piece of my land to Hungary so I can get a negative 25% CB against all of Hungary until he's annexed, which is like not good gameplay loop, right? It just seems like there's a problem with that. Right. So I think that tell me what you guys think of this. Like, threat and war is cheese and shouldn't exist. And shouldn't change the percent, like, they shouldn't change the cost on of peace deal. What do you guys think of that? Like, I know people like threat and war, but I think it's cheese and it shouldn't change the cost of the peace deal. Like, that's like one of my, I know that people like it, but it's like I think that that's not good gameplay. I think that Reconquest quest should only work on the claims that you have and be 0% war score after that. Come again, what am I talking about? Are you talking to me? We're talking about CBs. Right. People like it because it's no good alternative. It's just like a way to cheese. Like, it's the only way to get a like reasonable CB. Right? Which, like, begs the argument of like, okay, we have an issue with not, like, you know what I mean? Like, the threat and war thing is like it's a band-aid to there not being good enough CBs in the game, I think. I think that, tell me if you guys agree or disagree. No CB is too punishing to ever use. Agree or disagree? I think it's too punishing to ever use. Like, it's like in the sense that, like, the AI doing it is like, wow, like, they're trolling. Like, taking a 30 stab drop is ridiculous. I never used no CB. Like, I think I have like once before, like maybe in a Timid game, but like 30 stab is so much. I would bet the majority of people almost never use no CB because it's too punishing. But that's just like a guess. But I always find it funny that you guys know. Yeah. Sure, yeah. Right, and that's like another topic of its own that we'll get to, but I want to talk about this being like a weird thing. I want to actually make a comparison. Where's CBs in your top 5 to fix? I don't think that, like, I don't know. I will say that, like, in EU4, it feels really good because oftentimes missions give you claims, and a lot of times they're permanent claims. I think that, like, the whole fabricating a claim thing is almost like gone in EU4 at some point, right? Where I just think it feels good to be able to go to war when you want to and not like have this really tedious, like, I don't think that fabricating a claim is in general bad. I think that it just needs to be at some point in the game, there needs to be a way that you can get like more streamlined claims, like not like again, like more of like a time thing. Like sure not in the second age or whatever, but I think that there's just like a complete lack of options through the game until like imperialism, which is like I don't know. Do you guys think that imperialism you should have to fabricate for? Like I feel like they don't. I feel like that's like I don't know. I don't think you should have to fabricate for imperialism. It's the 1700s. Like, how many people are even playing to that point? I just think like there needs to be a point where we can get permanent claim. Like we can just go to war. You know, like it's 1737. How many of us played to this point? Just let us go to war. You know, or something like that, or like Reconquest too. I don't really think that you need to fabricate a Reconquest. Like, it's your land. What do you guys think of that? Let me know if you guys disagree on that. The idea that like Reconquest shouldn't require you to get a claim. Like it's already a claim would be my idea. Yeah, like Deus Vult too. Because I think like that's one of the big things that you really enjoy about EU4 Deus Vult is that you can just go to war, right? Like you can just be like, hey, that guy's a heathen, you know? You don't need to fabricate a claim. Like you already have the claim. That guy's a heathen. Reconquest shouldn't? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that Reconquest should not require a claim, but Imperialism should? Is that what you're saying? I think Reconquest, like, and to be fair, you know, Imperialism, I think that Imperialism comes too late. Maybe that's a really random out of the blue, but I'm like, Imperialism, I think, should be in the Age of Absolutism or something. 1737 feels like, and maybe that's just because the Age of Absolutism feels so bad to me. I feel like there should be something that it is given to you in the. There needs to be a bridge between imperialism and like having nothing else, right? Right. Yeah, I think we do need. I think they're like. We'll get to absolutism, although I think it's like less of a priority because I feel like everyone is. I mean, maybe that's an issue of its own of the whole idea that like the game gets boring fast, which was a thing in EU4, and I was always hoping that it wouldn't be a thing in EU5, but it's definitely maybe even more of a thing, or at least it's still a thing. Either way, right? Like I would say that those two things apply. Whether or not it's which one of those things it is, it doesn't matter, right? But it's either worse than EU4 or it's similar. In the sense of like you don't want to ever play the campaign to like the later period of the campaign because it's boring. But I wanted to discuss this. Like this is really weird, I think. So if you fabricate it, I'm actually just curious about this for science too. So if you fabricate like a Parliament CB, right, you get more antagonism by 25%. Let's run a little test here. Will it like is it literal more antagonism to use Parliament than no CB? Because I think at some point it would be. Let's just like say let's just say like, for example, I wanted to take, I don't know, 3 provinces just for the science of it, okay? And that would leave Navarra at the 37.92. I think actually I'm not going to remember which provinces I clicked. Maybe I can. Okay. Just right to the right of this weird thing. Let me double check that. What was the antagonism to Navarra? 37, like 32. Okay. Do you guys ever feel like ages are too long? Maybe I don't. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on that. Like random topic. I'm like the 100-year, like, because in EU4, it's like most ages are like maybe not that long. I don't know. Maybe that's just a weird feeling. Yeah. Like, let's take a look at this though. So overall, I'm just like curious. I did like this, right? What was Navarre before? Was it 32? Was that correct? I think so, right? It was 32? 37. So it's like it's actually way worse. Like disregarding the stability hit, Parliament CB is like actively worse for getting coalition then by a lot then, right? And this is going to get like progressively worse because the way the CB works is if you're going to be able to take more land, then it's going to get progressively worse, right? Because it's 25% worse every time. Meaning that like the more that you take respectively, because this CB doesn't have that, like you take initial antagonism and that's like unavoidable, but like as you take more and more land with no CB, it's actually better than Parliament. So I think that's like that's kind of troll, right? Like that's right. Right, but I guess my point is that if you took full land in the peace deal with Parliament or full land versus no CB, I actually think it's like we could test that too. Like I won't be able to take as much with the CB as of course, and the forts I haven't sieged, so it's going to be a little bit scuffed. But I mean, let's just like simulate what we could take, I guess. I just want to remove the forts because that's another topic that we'll get to. But the whole fort increasing cost issue. But let's see what we can take. So let's say that we can take this, like this shape, right? We're looking at like, I don't know, 68 being besides Aragon, because I'm not going to include him. Like the next person mad is like 68, 54. And then so let's take a comparison. Because I think it's also like including, that's the total, right? Because this is plus 63, but we already have some because of the no CB declaration in the first place, right? So the total is what we care about. And then if we load game and do a Parliament CB, let's see like how much different it is, because I think it's going to be like significant. Antagonism is an issue in the early game, and especially if you're playing in Europe. I don't think I like where antagonism's at right now. I think it needs to be way more. Way more. Like, it's not even close, in my opinion, but that's, yeah, sure. You should be, I think, like, you need to, I think at least double. I think we took like this, right? Yeah, it's like way more, right? Like, like over time it adds up. Like that's like at least. I mean, the point is maybe it's not way more, but it's more, and that's bad, right? Because we were talking like 68 total, now we're like 79. The point being is that it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that no CB should ever be less. Like, no CB should always be the most antagonism possible. That's just like bad. Like It's kind of silly, right? But the point, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that like power creep. And power creep is happening before the first DLC is kind of concerning, right? Where it's like you created a rival CB that power crept Parliament CB to be almost completely useless, which is like I'm not a fan of Parliament CB. You guys have that, but it's like I still think the idea of power creep is bad. How is that okay though? Half of Aragon for a sizable coalition, but I'm not getting a sizable coalition for taking half of Aragon. I'm getting literally maybe like 4 people that are tiny. Like that's not a sizable coalition. Like we're talking like these 4 people, and that's the worst CB possible, right? That's with plus 25% antagonism. If I have a crush enemy CB, I could take more. I could take even more, and not even get a coalition. That's not okay, right? And the fact that you can improve relations, and it like is so broken. I actually recommend this way in early access. I wrote that they needed to fix that, but they didn't obviously do it. But like improve relations needs to not do anything at all. In my opinion, they need to take that away. Like in the sense that like if you improve relations, it doesn't lower antagonism. Sure, people shouldn't be able to join a coalition if they have a positive opinion of you. I like that. That's what EU4 does. That's fine with me. But you can't just have improved relations give negative antagonism. Like it shouldn't do anything. We'll get to like all the topics. I want to like I want to make a video that's like a comprehensive like everything that I. Not because I'm trying to be like I hate the game, but more so like I want to make a video to. Hopefully the devs would see that gives an opinion, but I also want to like frame my opinion of like. How do I say like. Don't listen to me. Make your own choices, type of thing. Like here's what I think, but like it's your game. Don't listen to people. Yeah, it is. I agree. Okay, anyways, back to the conversation. So we'll just say that like, yeah, Parliament CB worse foreign tag than no CB is weird. Is weird. I think no CB is too punishing to ever want to use. Would be something I would say. Which is like, I like maybe that's fine. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's fine. But if AI uses this a lot, this is an issue. The idea being, what I'm saying is that it's okay. I guess it's fine if the game devs are like, we never want you to use no CB, but then they need to make it either less punishing for the AI to use it, because the AI uses it a lot. You know what I mean? Like the main user of no CB is AI. So if that's the case, we need to make it less punishing for the AI to use. Yeah, I would just say like no CB. I think no CB is too punishing. I think if it was like -10 stability, then it's usable, and that's fine, right? Like I would use it for that. But like, also I think truce breaking is like, I don't know. Truce breaking is a weird one. I guess I don't really care if it's like impossible, but it seems like there's cases in EU4 where it's like, in the rare cases, it could be worth it, but it's almost just like impossible in this game to ever do that. Truces are too short. You know what makes me think Johan's like, I remember that I've told you guys this, like Johan's out of touch. Like when I mentioned to him the truces were shorter and he said that they weren't. I'm like, what? I'm like, because I think I asked him like, why are truces shorter in the game? And he was like, they're not. I'm like, no, they are. I'm like, have you played EU4? Okay, so I think that, what do you guys think about CB duration being 4 years? Let's talk about that. CB duration 4 years. As well as the truce timer is too short, perhaps. My question to Paradox would be like, why is it 4 years because Parliament? Like, why do you think that they made this decision? Why is every CB 4 years? Why do you think Paradox made this decision? Do you think it's because Parliament? They wanted it to be like that claim wouldn't last past Parliament? I'm just like wondering from a gameplay perspective, like, why did we make CBs go from what is a CB in EU4? Like 10 years, maybe? Like if you just got a claim like a spy network claim, like how long does that last? Like it feels like it's pretty long, right? 10? 15? What do you guys like think about that? Like what do we think in EU4? 4 is really low. Like I think 4 is way too low. Especially when you get events that are like for example, you'll get like an event for like, you know, I'm playing the Ottomans and I get an event to go to war with like someone of my neighbors and it's 4 years. It's like it's too low. A lot of times it's not even going to get through the truce. Like how often have you guys got like a historical like event to go to war and you just can't because of the truce timer, because of the claim being too low? Have you guys had that experience? Because I think I have that all the time. LS Duke, this isn't really about like the hate. This is like an attempt to give good feedback. But I understand that where you're coming from. I don't to be clear, I don't hate the game. I'm just like what you know, like what are some things that Paradox could improve on? Right. But I'd say like in general, like the CB duration should is that like relatively like I think that generally speaking, we can agree CB duration should be increased. Let me know if someone has a really strong opinion in the opposite of what I'm saying, like please feel free to say something. I'm not gonna burn you at the stake for having a different opinion. Yeah, it's spoken. So I think overall, though, it seems like CB duration should be increased. How do we feel about? Okay, I want your guys' opinion on this because I think that the rival CB is really janky right now. Why do I say that? Because okay. Let's say that I'm a strong nation. Well, I can almost never benefit from just rivaling somebody, right? Because if I rival somebody, they're too weak, then I'm not going to get the crush enemy or whatever CB, right? It seems like it's almost always dependent on someone else rivaling you. Right? And I feel like that feels wrong too, because it's like, okay, well, and I don't know, maybe this would be like less fun, but it's like, okay, if I'm Naples, I probably shouldn't be able to get a rival CB against these people, even though they're rivaling me for some reason, right? Is that? But you guys see what I'm saying? Like I almost like should this CB only work against like similar rivals? Because again, I do think that like I agree with what you're saying. It's like it was a quick fix because people wanted claims easier, right? Complacency isn't like yeah. We'll talk about complacency and the issues there too. I'm trying to make like a comprehensive video about like a lot of different topics, but yeah, we'll get to that. I'm trying to like cover all, make it like a comprehensive, like all-encompassing thing video of like all the different ideas that I think are problematic. But so CB duration should be increased. I'm taking notes on everything that we're talking about too. That's kind of the point of this stream. And I don't know what, maybe CB duration increased, but we kind of said like this could vary based on the type of CB, based on CB type. For example, Parliament CB could be shorter than other claims. Yeah. What do we think about I guess I would say like the religious CB. I could. Like for example, religious war. What I don't like about religious war is that it's different against heathens, and like it's useful against, I mean, it's kind of power creeps too, right? Because now it's like, well, you would just use rivals. Like, see, that's the issue I have with like this for enemy is it's like it power creeps. Like, why would you ever use religious war CB? Do you see like a weird? Isn't that kind of weird? Like, why would I take the research to get? I always have this issue though with religious CB is like, why would you take the research to get? Like, you have to pick admin focus, right? Let's like, why are we researching for a worse CB than something that is like baseline now? We'll get to that topic about the uniqueness thing. So I think that like we do have a power creep issue though, right? Immediately. I think. Like there's definitely a power creep of like, okay, well, why were we using religious war CB then? Versus like destroy enemy, like I feel like destroy enemy is just like, why is it here? Because if you put destroy enemy in, this is a general problem with the EU5 in general, is that they put in new things that like make other things irrelevant all the time. They don't consider what putting in this new thing will do. They do that like Paradox is like they do this really bad. Like they put in this like new thing and they don't think of the repercussions of like what is this going to do to the game as a whole. What is this decision we made? How, like what effect does it have on the bigger game? I feel like that's like a common example. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying religious war is like a claim to be sure. Right, that's another topic too that we'll get to. But the superiority wars, they need the whole like you get 0 war score later on for superiority wars needs to be changed. We'll get to that. I'm trying to cover like this stream is trying to be like I want to cover like all the different areas of the game. Like we're gonna talk about colonization, for example, like later. I want to talk about like that type of stuff too. But we'll get to that. I'm trying to cover like all the different elements of the game in a video and that's why I'm taking notes specifically. Usually I don't like take the time, but how many of you guys have ever used like anti-piracy war CB? Have you? I don't think we're angry. Are we? Are we angry today? I feel like I'm not like upset today. I'm trying to frame the video in more of like a hey, here's what I think to them, and like I'm hoping the devs will see it. Not like a I hate everything and I want it all to burn. Just like, hey, these are some adjustments that I think would make the game better. Because I really do think the game is not like crazy far away from being pretty fun. It's just kind of like a lot of little things that make the game not fun. Like for example, CBs being short. Like you know, these things all stack together. And yeah. I feel like that's more the issue is like there's like a bunch of little problems that like accumulate to it being a big problem. I really think the game is like not like I think some people hate on the game a lot, but I'm like, I don't think it's actually that far away from being good. Like you know, like you fix like I agree. 2 years from now, it'll probably be like amazing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. If I was like Florence, I'll talk about. I just like my problem, and the reason I'm like doing this stream is I think about making videos all the time about different things that I'm thinking of, but like if I don't write them down, there's so you know I forget about the different topics I want to talk about. But I'm trying. That's why I'm like trying to write everything down. So with CBs, what do you guys think about? Like what would be a good solution to this issue? Like, are you guys ever gonna use religious wars if just for enemy exists? Yeah. So far the game hasn't improved with patches. I agree. That is a problem. Like I don't think I made a video about it that you know too, but yeah, I think 1.1 like didn't move us in the right direction. So, but my question would be like, sure, yeah, I mean I could agree with that. Like you could religious war against people that are like that you're not able to get destroy enemy with. But I do feel like this is a problem in itself though, right? Like this the destroy enemy being like this weird RNG CB is kind of weird. Where it's like, oh, I hope these people rival me. And most of the time they will if you have like high antagonism because it seems like if people have bad relations with you, they're more likely to rival you. So it's like actively a good thing to make people hate you. But I think in general, like religious wars is what do we think about okay, here's like a quick take. If they let's say that like you have religious wars. I guess another issue though, I guess why we're on the topic is yeah, who uses straight conflict? True. But a couple things I was thinking of on the topic. Stay shorter. I guess that's a different topic. I won't go there yet. But I was thinking about like I think military access should be like it is in EU4 and be like conditional. Yes, that we talked about that fake life. That shouldn't exist, in my opinion. What do you like? Can we? And I think that's like most of us can agree. Like we shouldn't be using threat and war as a way to like cheese a better CB, right? No. It's totally fine. But we did talk about that of yes, it exists. I think that shouldn't be in the game. Like you using threat and war shouldn't give you a better CB than you were using otherwise. Whether I know that's, but like the reason that we like it is because there's no other way to get good CBs. Is that like I think that's like the general idea, right? Like we use threat and war because the game doesn't give us any other better choice. And so we have to use the CB to cheese because like that's the only way, right? Like we're doing it because it's like there's no other way to get a negative 25% CB like that's feasible. But I'd say like as in general, like is annoying that starting a war against an opium. So I think that like destroy enemies in a bad spot. Destroy enemy like is a kind of weird RNG CB. I'm just taking notes. RNG CB that power creeps other CBs such as Parliament or Deus Volt. I'd say in general Deus Volt needs to be adjusted. What do we think of Deus Volt being something you don't need to get a claim on? Or do you guys like that? I think I've heard both sides of it. Like, do you feel like you should have to get a claim for Deus Volt? Or do you think that you should just be able to like, you know, like, hey, like I'm gonna declare this a religious war and you know what I mean? Because I think Deus Volt honestly would be good if it was like that still. It would still be usable. Even if it was a worse CB. If you could just go to war, that'd be amazing. Why don't they want permanent claims? So, if you don't like it, tell me why you don't like it. Have they said that in a Tinto talk or something like that? Of Elytrox? I wasn't aware. As someone who's talked to the devs, I was not aware that they had that that mindset. I totally agree with you, John Coffey. I've had the same experience with like I like with Byzantium and with like the Aztecs. And I think like the reality is, John, is like it does nothing, but doesn't allow you to have negative stability anymore. Right? Like that is what complacency does. It disallows you to have negative stability. That is like the most simple way that I could summarize like complacency. You are no longer allowed to have negative stability, and you need to reload your save if you get this disaster. Yeah, like it does nothing. Like the way that the way that Paradox like actually writes it is incorrect. Because it tells you this that at 100% complacency it will have the effects, but it actually doesn't. If you didn't know that. Like it doesn't do anything unless the disaster fires. Okay, but let me give you this. Sorry, we're on the different. So you think how could a permanent CB be a good thing in a video game? What about Reconquest, King? Do you still feel like that's would you say that being a permanent CB is bad? Like this is your core. Like you're playing Byzantium, for example. Like should you have to fabricate a claim on the land that is, I guess, what you would consider your rightful land? Do you think that we should have to fabricate a claim for a Reconquest scenario? Because I'm like not opposed to the idea that you should have to fabricate a claim for Deus Volt. Sure. But my point of being, here's what I was saying though. The reason I think that Deus Volt not requiring a CB is because otherwise it's useless. And maybe that's not a good solution to make it useful, right? Like why would you use it over a destroy enemy, for example? Oh, I missed that. Okay, actually I don't hate that. I actually like that. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. In fact, I think it's like that in the EU4, but I think maybe you get like 50 years. But I do like that. The idea of like, hey, you have a CB for like 10 to 15 years after you lose land. And it's basically like it's not a permanent CB, but it's like a a while, you know, you have it for a while type of CB. I think that's reasonable. I think for me, it's more of a like, for example, if I could just go and click create spy network for religious war, and that was it, it would feel so much better. What I'm saying is that if they just added in like the ability for the spy network to like do its thing and then create the claim, that would be a lot. That would like that's just like a UI thing though, right? Like, wouldn't that be better for like how would you wouldn't that be like a huge quality of life thing if you could just be like create CB and like it would just, you know, essentially do that? Like, you know, it would send the spy out until it hit 20 spy network, and then it would get the claim. Like, I feel like that would be like a huge quality of life improvement, and it would make fabricating claims like not like stronger, just less tedious, right? Yeah, sure. I just think that's like it's like a UI thing for me, but I feel like it's a weird thing to. I like that idea. Like, let me write that down. I like that idea actually a lot with Reconquest. Not permanent, but longer than normal CB. I like that idea. And this is like the point of the stream is I want to hear your ideas and implement them into like a video too, right? What do we think about? So we think about I said claim duration. Some claim maybe some claims are a bit longer than others, could be a nice thing. But okay, so maybe like something to do with the spy network, maybe like time or just like the way that it's tedious, right? Could be like a topic of like something. I don't know. I don't hate it. I just yeah, I think it's okay. But for example, like let me ask you this, King, because you kind of had that different opinion. What do you think they could do to Deus Volt to make it better? That I wouldn't want to use destroy enemy over the religious war CB. Like, what would be something that, or anyone can maybe answer this question, but like, how can we make religious war worth taking? Like I actually want to take this research. Like, what would be a good adjustment to the game to like make this appealing? But are you choosing that in the early game, John Coffey? Because I would say no. Like, why would you want to be able to take less land? And I think that's more of an issue of like superiority not working properly, right? Which is like that's not like necessarily a good reason to take one CB over the other, right? Like I think it's like more of it's a problem with superiority, which I should write down in my notes. Superiority CB not giving enough war score is an issue, right? I mean, it already gives 0% more antagonism. Are you saying that you like the idea of giving negative antagonism? Because it already does give 0 antagonism. Right, a version of everyone was using Parliament CB, but now you don't want to do that because you're getting a worse CB. Yeah, yeah, but like, that's a different conversation that we'll get to later, where antagonism is just a number, but we need to like that should be adjusted, in my opinion. What's up? I'll be right back, guys. Just a minute or two. All right, I'm back. Okay, we'll move on from this topic, and well, before we move on to the topic, let's talk about. I think there should be more CBs through the ages. What do you guys think of that? Like, access to more CBs through the ages. Yeah, yeah, we'll get to the antagonism section, but yeah, I think that we'll save that for the antagonism section. But we'll get there. Let's focus on this topic. So, what do we think about like? So I was just thinking, just came up with this now. I don't know that we need to like make CBs crazy better, but I think that if you had a CB that let's say that like for example you get like a -10 cost reduction in like you know maybe like as the ages progress you get like some sort of CB that makes it like a little better. Or maybe that I like what Valachuk's saying too. Like maybe just like the instead of adding a bunch of CBs, the cost of taking land is like, you know, like can we like upgrade CBs or something like this? While we're on the issue of like cost, though, I think that they need to remove. In my notes, I'll say. Are you talking about like war score cost? No, they changed that. They used to. They actually nerfed that. But did you guys like they used to be in the age of absolutism? The age of absolutism used to give -20% war score costs. They took or -10. They took that away. It's still so it used to be -10 in the age of absolutism and -20 in the age of revolutions, but they just like took it away from the age of absolutism for whatever reason and left it in the age of revo. I don't know why they did this thing, but for whatever reason they just decided to take it out. But I don't know. But while we're on the topic of like war score, can we all agree that the government rank should not like we shouldn't be incentivized to stay at a low government rank, right? Like we need to not be incentivized. I'm taking notes here. We need to not be incentivized to stay at tier 1 government rank or better war score cost. That's not good. We should all I think like you should always be wanting there shouldn't be like it's like bad to be an empire kind of, right? And part of that is too the whole complacency mechanic. I don't hate that. Like, there should be some mechanic where your ruler can still be, like, educated in some sort of way to get better, maybe. Like, I don't know that, like, I don't wanna, like, push you to always getting 100, 100, 100 or something like that, but it does make sense, like, historically, like, your ruler could still be getting educated after 16, right? Like, definitely. But that's an interesting, like, conversation, though. The good benefits of being an empire now are that you get extra governor and an extra cabinet seat, which are good. I also kind of agree with what you're saying, Marcus, is that, yeah, like, it probably shouldn't be a choice. It should be like, oh, you're a bigger nation. You know, yeah, that makes some sense, right? But okay, I think that can we like what do you guys think about like kind of a different we'll just to this two different topics, but one, we should probably have some sort of CB in the age of absolutism that is unique to the age of absolutism or unlocked in the age of absolutism. No, they didn't they didn't really nerf cultural simulation. We have imperialism in the age of Revo. We don't have that until the age of Revo though. So we have like nothing. You really don't get any better CBs until 1737. That feels wrong, right? Like the idea that we don't have like we start the game in 1337 and we have to wait till 1737 to get a CB that's better. Isn't that kind of bad? I think it is. I'm like that's freaking. You have to wait 400 years to get a better CB than you start the game with. That's crazy, right? Am I wrong in that? I think that's like to me that's like that's crazy. I don't even know that like I'm like should we even talk about the age of absolutism or is that like way too far off on the priority that we don't care? Like that's like my question. Like maybe we don't even talk about it. Like it's sad that we don't that we're that we're to a point where that's the reality. But I'm like, is it even worth talking about the age of absolutism with like the other issues that the game has? I almost think like yes, I think the age of absolutism kind of sucks. So, but it's like, is it even like worth taking time up in a video to talk about? Like maybe not. I don't know. I think we can like I think it's like fine to discuss in a video. Like we might as well. We're trying to cover all the topics, but it's not a high priority. But let me take a note and just say that like EU4 had a issue where you don't want to play past maybe 100 to 150 years, and EU5 did not solve this. We'll take that as like our just kind of like thing, right? I think that's like fair, right? So that's what I'm gonna say about it though. It's like EU4 had an issue where the game isn't fun after the first 100 years. EU5 didn't improve on this. In fact, it could have been worse. I'd say that's like a fair point. But we'll move on from the CBs. I think we've like talked about it. I think more CBs are like more CBs would maybe like more CBs are a possibility. CBs just don't feel like they're in a good place in general. I feel like that's like safe to say. I feel like the age of absolutism, like we'll talk about it later. It's not like a priority. I feel like absolutism kind of. Next topic. I mean, let's talk about. There's so many different topics. We could talk about colonization or like warfare. or integration or subject. Like there's like tons of topics I want to talk about that I'm like making a comprehensive video, but let's just shift gears a little bit. So we've been talking a lot about war. Let's talk about colonization. So everyone, like, just shift gears for a minute. Let's talk about colonization. Because I think colonization is like important. It's just important as like it's a fun thing that a lot of people. So yeah, let's talk about colonization. Like, what? I don't even know where to begin with that, but so let's say colonization is just like a bit. It's a really like wide topic, right? But I would say in general, colonization. Almost nobody likes this, right? Like as far as like the tall and wide player, like I'd say it's like pretty. We can almost all agree that this is not fun. Colonization is not fun for any type of player that I've encountered, that I've talked to, really. I feel like that's like a why, like, and that's like, like I've talked with generalists, or maybe not talked with him, but I hear him talk about he doesn't like colonization. And the reason I bring a generalist is because me and him are like opposites when it comes to the way that we play, right? But so let's talk about why colonization isn't fun. For one, I do agree with that. So let's talk about like exploration is too tedious because there's so many different tiles to explore. Automation does a poor job as well. Automation is very poor that it feels like you can't use it. So what do we feel about Society of Pops? Like in EU4, if you go and colonize, you have to like fight against the natives and this type of thing. And I think it's kind of fun in its own way, right? But you just don't really interact with the Society of Pops, and that feels bad. What do you guys think about that take? Like Society of Pops is kind of is not as fun. Society of, like, natives don't do anything when you colonize. I think that natives should push back when you try to colonize their land. What do you guys think of that as a take? Like, I think that the like EU4 just it feels better when there's like a ton of different like native tribes. Like I don't think they can fight back. I agree. So I think we can all agree is like I'm from what you guys are typing that I like a general thing that I'm gathering from you guys is like colonization isn't worth it. Colonization is not worth the investment. / it pays off too slowly. Too slow. Especially in a game, especially in a world where nobody plays to 1600s. So like obviously that's like a part of the issue, right? Like you aren't going to be enjoying your campaign long enough for the payoff to be even and like like it costs too much. The return on investment's terrible. Like the colonies, you like yeah. So, but two, the natives need to do something. Would be the first thing, right? Like the natives need to push back at least somewhat, because like there's a ton of society of pops here that exist, right? So, but like I think in EU4 it does a better job of like. Let me give you an example. Like, what makes Spain so powerful in EU4 is because they're so rich from their colonies. And I think that's like, is that historical? You tell me. Like, I'm not like the huge like I don't know exactly all that type of stuff, right? But a question I would have is like, why is it that you have the Aztecs that are not representative of Society of Pops, right? But you have like for example, why is this represented as nations, but this isn't? Because you have a ton of Society of Pops here, but like, why did they choose to be like, okay, this area has actual land, but these guys are Society of Pops? Same with like Inca, right? Like, why is it representative like this? But I think in general that like it's fair to say that some Europeans got rich, right? Like Spain got so rich off of gold, right? Like to the point that it created problems, maybe in the future for them. But the point being is like, colonization, I think, needs to make your nation stronger faster. EU, for example. Colonies need work. They start. Have you guys ever tried to play as a colony that just barely creates? You literally will like go bankrupt on the month tick. So they need to do something about that, right? But colonies need work. They need to be self-sufficient. I think there should even be a mechanic. I don't disagree with you at all. Like it needs to be a complete rehaul. But yeah. There's no development. I agree. But just to the extent that like I think everyone like I don't even think that it depends on the type of player though. It's like every type of player hates colonization or thinks it's not fun. But I think that there's like would you guys say that there's not enough interaction with the natives? I would say that's the case. What do you guys think? Like we don't interact with the natives enough when we colonize. Not enough colonial. Okay, I want to tell you guys something they did in early access that you guys probably haven't seen. In early access, if you send professionals to the new world, you couldn't replenish those guys ever. I thought that was like kind of cool. Like you literally had to go home and get new troops when you were invading the natives, right? And that's like something that made it hard. Like, but now I think now you can like replenish your troops within your colonies. Like you couldn't do that at all. I thought it was kind of interesting gameplay loop. Like you literally had to go all the way back to like Iberia to get like another army to fight if you like lost. I was like, that's kind of interesting. And you lost a lot. Like, okay, this is like a different thing, but I think you don't lose enough troops crossing the water. What do you guys think? Crossing the ocean isn't punishing enough. Like the other day, I think I crossed and with 42,000 guys and I lost less than 1,000. That's the way not historical, right? Like people people lost like half of their freaking people when they crossed the ocean. Isn't that like more accurate? What's the like? Where would you guys put the historical accuracy of like if I am if I'm voyaging from Iberia to America or South America, whatever the case may be, what percentage of my army am I going to lose? But I 20%. Tell me like what you guys think historically, because I remember looking up this historically, and I think it was kind of rough. I think I remember looking it up at some point though, and it was pretty bad. Like it chat. Let's chat GPT it or Claude or whatever you guys prefer. What percentage? It says 5 to 20%. But you have like some expeditions were like 93%. 10 to 20% mortality on average in the 1500s via slave trade. Okay, but so if I had an army of 42,000, what would 10% look like? Like 4,200, right? So it's still like I lost like only 1,000 guys. Oh, you could look for soldiers. It says that with soldiers, it was worse because they were often overcrowded and like disease, longer expeditions. So it actually says that if with soldiers, it goes from 10 to 30%. Because of the way that like like you're overcrowding your boats and like disease would spread a lot worse and stuff like that. That would make sense. You should not be able to transport 42,000 guys. That's probably a fair take. Yeah, well, that's because they thought he was a god, right? Like, I mean, they got bamboozled. What could you say? It's not their fault that they got bamboozled. It's just sometimes in life you get bamboozled. Right. Like it shouldn't like yeah. I think so. So I mean, with colonization, it's kind of like it's a tough topic to cover, but I guess the general take would be like exploration needs to be more like less tedious, right? I think that's like an easy one to say. Exploration needs to be less tedious. Colonization needs to have a bigger payoff, and it just needs to be like more interactions with the natives. We said right. Natives need to push back in some sort of way. It just needs to be reworked into something that's more fun and has a payoff. Would be like a general like overall take. It's like hard to even say like let's improve this because it's so far off the mark, right? Is that fair? I feel like that's like kind of where I'm at with it. Like it's so far off the mark that it's hard to even like be like, oh, this needs to be improved. So we'll move on to the topic of let's call it the topic of peace deals. We're gonna include like forts into this though. So like forts and peace deals. We'll move on to the war section, I guess. You think what's fine? Right. Peace deals, I don't think they're fine. Right. Yeah. No, it's not. We'll get into the details of why I think peace deals are bad. Like, there's a couple of reasons why. Let me talk about why I think peace deals are wrong or bad, though. So one would be like the disconnected land thing is super annoying. Land modifier is kind of troll to the extent that like sometimes you need to take more land for someone to be okay with the peace deal. Like what is that? Like you would have a situation where someone would prefer you take more land. That makes 0 sense. Ever, right? Like they're like, oh, no, you got to take that last little piece that's disconnected, or we're not going to accept. It's like, what? I guess I wasn't at war during this save, but you to the extent that you would want to lose more land. You like forts giving more war score? So my issues with peace deals and what the first one is the negative 100% cost or the plus 100% cost for taking something that you haven't sieged, I think is bad. Taking something you haven't sieged is frustrating when there's 92 forts. Right? So like they have 92 forts. You basically have to take all the forts if you want to have a reasonable peace deal. Plus 100% war score for that, right? I don't circle the capital. I think it's too cheese, but yeah, that's a topic for another conversation. You know, that's a different conversation. Has any of you ever had to try to get a peace deal with Egypt? It's so hard. Can you guys agree with that? It is so awkward to try to peace out Egypt because no matter what you do, you'll be cutting them off. It's so awkward. Like I can't figure this one out. It's a problem. Like I like specifically with Egypt. Like with normal nations, it's not so bad, but with Egypt in particular, it feels like a nightmare to like ever not have that modifier destroying you. That's something that I've experienced. Like every time I go to war with Egypt, I'm like, I cannot take the land I want because I'm getting this penalty every time. So what I do is I wait. I just get 100% war score. Yep, that's what I do. I just accept that I have to get 100% war score against Egypt. This is the only way, right? I will have to just siege everything they own to get at least the first war, because they don't care in the second war because they're already disconnected. If you guys didn't know that, like I think the way is like get 100% peace war score in the first war, and then they don't care anymore because they're already disconnected. I think that like in general. Okay, tell me what you guys think of this issue. Let's say I'm fighting Hungary, which I did in this campaign, right? And they have 0 troops left, but 80 forts. Should they? What should happen in this scenario? They literally have 0 troops, and I have 200,000 plus. You would think they would just want to surrender, right? Or do they really want to sit there and be sieged for the next 5 years? Like, what is a reasonable solution to the problem? Where like the war is over effectively, but there's so many forts that I have to siege these forts if I want to take the land that I want to take. Because I didn't just commit to a 5-year war to not get anything in the war. Right? So I have a problem with the forts costing more. Did you know war exhaustion used to be a lot? I swear war exhaustion used to be a lot better. Like it actually did something. But okay, let's talk about peace deals though. 100 plus 100% cost for taking a fort you haven't occupied shouldn't exist, if you ask me. Especially in the sense that they don't have troops and the war is effectively over, but you have to, like, that gameplay loop is terrible to me. I don't want, if I have completely wiped out the enemy army, I shouldn't have to spend the next 4 years sieging. It's just not fun. It's not fun. Like it is the reality. Like I would even be willing to take less land to leave if it wasn't making me like spend more war score, right? But it's like really not a fun gameplay loop. To just like, oh, the war is over. They are completely out of troops to the sense that it's 0, right? Like they literally have no more troops to fight in this war, but I have to fight the war for another 3 years to siege the forts, or I can't get anything in the war otherwise. I honestly think like a couple of issues are with this too, right? The AI is an idiot, I guess you could say in general, right? Like in combat, I'll write this. AI never plays defense. They just run it down every time. You can play every war on the defensive. You like the optimal way to play every war is like AI just doesn't play defense. They need to understand like what the war goal is and actually defend it. That's like my opinion on combat is like, why does the AI just run at you and try to siege stuff? Like it's like the AI is like absolutely, it wouldn't be like that. That's just what it is. Like the AI, if you declare on Hungary, they're not just gonna run in and attack you in Byzantium. Exactly. Like all you do is defend, and then you just siege. That's all the war is, right? It's like defend, and then everyone's dead, and then you just siege for the next 5 years. That's not how war should work. And it's just a bad, like, it's a bad representation. But yeah. But I want to talk about the peace deals, but because funny enough, in early access, the fort thing wasn't a thing, by the way. That was like not a thing until like a month before release, by the way. That's why I freaking hate it more than you guys probably do, because it used to not be a thing. But I think there's a lot of issues with the peace deals. Like for one, what do you guys think of like, especially the EU4 players, like think about like offering humiliate, how overpowered that is. Like that shouldn't be a thing. Like offer humiliate shouldn't exist. The AI should want to take land, not money, more than like I think. Like, have you guys played EU4? Like, you cannot, if you lose a war, you're gonna lose land most of the time, because they're gonna want some certain location that's important to them, right? Like, they're gonna tell you like, sorry, we want something else. Like, we want something else modifier should exist. Like EU4. I shouldn't be able to get out of coalition wars without losing, like, specifically coalition war. Coalition war, only returned land should be allowed. Like, literally, in a coalition war, they should not peace out for anything except returning land. Anything. Can we agree to that? What do you guys think? Like, if it's a coalition war, it's like they should not peace you out for literally anything except return land or liberating countries. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, literally, the only peace deal that is acceptable that you should be able to do is losing land. Not giving money at all. Like, you shouldn't be able to get your way out of any amount of the war score with money, or toll exceptions, or humiliate, or whatever. But I'd say similarly, like, if you get decked on for a location, the AI should have to take that location before you can offer anything else as well. Like, if I get Parliament CB'd by France, and he wants, it's like I could just give him money every time. That's not okay. Like, he should want, unless it's like a situation where the war is super close, like, and like, sure, I could see it, right? Like, the war is pretty close and he's not making any progress. Like, there are scenarios where you should be able to to do that. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be, but there definitely needs to be like a scenario where they want what they are declared the war for, right? I don't know. In coalition peace deals, like, I think it's too powerful though. Here's what I think. Money should not stretch to 25 war score. How about that? What do you guys think of that? Money should not stretch to 25 war score. It should stretch to maybe 10. And I'd say similarly to like war reps. Like, maybe war reps even shouldn't stretch that all the time. Yeah, all the time, I would say. Or maybe not all the time. Maybe we'll first put it into like a coalition type war. Maybe we'll just say that. In a coalition war, the max money that you should be able to, like, your max money should only stretch to 10. I'd say that, I don't know. That's a good question, but no, I'm more so saying, like, no, like, you can just only use 10 war score, we'll say. So like you can only use like 10 war score allocated for this purpose. Or maybe another solution would be like, you simply can only give war reparations. Like, maybe you can't give money because it's a coalition scenario and you could only give war reparations. I don't know. But my point being is, like, coalitions need to want you to lose land. You shouldn't get in a coalition scenario. I know we're kind of like, maybe we should like take a step back, because I know we're entering coalitions and antagonism. Maybe that's a separate topic that we should like chill for a bit. We should focus on the feast deals first. But I would say though, in general, like, we shouldn't be able to offer, like, we should have to lose land sometimes if we lose, right? Like, if we lose a war, we shouldn't be able to cheese it with these things, right? We shouldn't be able to cheese peace deals and not lose land. There should be a max war. How about this? There should be a max war score that you're allowed that isn't land, especially in a coalition war. Like, for example, let's say, no matter what you do, you can only allocate maybe 10 to 25 war score for not losing land. Something like that, where it's like you have a max war score that isn't that, like, that isn't that. I think that's like not a terrible idea. Yeah, when you're offering a peace deal that's like that's losing for you. Yes, it does, Jack. That's the type of stuff that I want to exist there. But my point being is, like, you can get coalitioned and you could lose, but it doesn't do anything, right? Right. I'm talking about, like, sound tolls shouldn't be a thing. I think, like, anything that isn't land should be, like, way decreased in value. Like 25 war score just for giving money is, like, insane, isn't it? I said that too, Ender, in my videos. They didn't. I made that point in my videos. They didn't learn anything from EU4. For some reason, they have to relearn everything they already learned. Right. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that, where it's like you like that would be interesting. Like if you're gonna lose, like especially with the coalition war, I think that. But okay, back to the peace deal thing. War exhaustion, war enthusiasm is really bad. War enthusiasm is just bad. Simply being at war a long time will result in the player winning. If you guys didn't know that, there's something. Simply being at war a long time will result in you winning with 100% war score. Because after a while, I'd say though, while we're on the topic of war, conditional access is bad, I think. What do you guys think of that? Access is bad for gameplay. Right. I'd say conditional access is bad, and the mill hegemon is bad too. Like mill hedge is just like it's bad design. It's basically like just the player. Like don't you think the mill hegemon is kind of like bad? It's just like, oh, you're the player, so you can have this ability to just ignore military access and have food access for free the entire game. Right. I would agree with that. But like prior to this patch, we'll talk about hegemons in its own section too. But what do you guys think about conditional access being bad? Because I think that's like an interesting take. What do you guys think of that? Like the idea that like France could access the Pope, but the Pope can't access France, for example. Red Hawk. I'm not Red Hawk, but okay. Sir Arthur Weasley, like I like to I prefer to be able to core faster than to get more money, because I don't think money is hard in this game. So I think spiritualist is like not good in that sense, because going humanist allows you to have better culture conversion, which allows you to core land faster. Red Hawk, have you figured out how to fix EU5? No, sadly, no, I'm not. As Red Hawk, I have not been able to do that. And like to the extent though, your subjects take your values. So I think it's better if you have really good humanists, because then your subjects have really good humanist, and then they can convert faster, or culture convert faster for you. So that's why I don't really care for spiritualist. But we haven't even got to the integration section of this discussion yet. Okay, guys, you're jumping ahead of yourselves. They are, yeah. We have tons of topics to discuss, guys. Still, we're just getting through war. Let's lock in war and finish it up. I think the balance between professionals and levies is still off. Professional and levies is really is not it's not close. It's not close. Paradox. I feel like Paradox baits me time and time again into thinking that it's going to be balanced, and then they don't. That's not important to say though, but that's just like my own take. Yeah, I mean you could say that Velotrox, but like look at EU4 for example. Like it doesn't matter if you're the player like against the Ottomans, like it's still tough. Like it's still, or let's say you're fighting France or something, right? It's still tough to fight France. You're not going to be able to just do that once you have one stack of guys, right? I kind of agree with that too. You know what? I think that's a weird a take that I haven't like thought about, but like I think battle prediction is bad for the game. Is bad for the game. Even if it was accurate, it's bad for the game. I don't think you should know if you're going to win a battle like that. Like it's too like not fun. I don't know how to explain it other than that. I just think battle prediction is like it's just like it's not even like accurate, but like I don't think it's good for gameplay anyways. Like you shouldn't just like know for a fact like, oh wait, he has a better general and yada yada and whatever, right? Sure, yeah. But it's not like that important of a thing, but okay. So yeah, I think the balance between professionals and levies, AI doesn't build enough AI. So AI doesn't build enough professionals. And levies need to be gone at some point in the game. I like conscripts as an idea as well. As an idea to replace levies at some point. But I think like those two things. I think force limit might need to be considered if AI can't keep up at all with player. Like I don't love the idea of force limit, but it might be necessary if the AI is so bad. Does that make sense? I think in general we can say that like being at war should. I'm taking notes by the way for a video if you guys are wondering why I'm talking like an idiot. But being at war should cost you more in general. Right. Like, sure, AI bad is fair, but then I don't know how. I thought actually this of John. What do you guys think of, like, if you raise levies, it takes those, or it takes a percentage of those levies from your buildings that are like in use. Like, so it would take away like half of the burgers that are actively working. Something like that. What do you guys think of that? It's just a thought I had. Like it like immediately takes those workers out of stuff that's being employed. And so and then it like and also maybe it like closes that section of it down until after the war or something like that. I don't know, but something like that where it's like it's actively taking those workers away from your buildings that are being employed or employing people, you know. Something like that. That was just an idea, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if I have the solution, but there needs to be wars should be more expensive than it is in general. Also, the AI just doesn't fight well. Like, what do you for those EU4 players? Do you guys agree that the AI understood how to like fight in the EU4 better? And like in my mind, like, well, if that's the case, why didn't we just like copy the code? You know what I mean? Like the AI is just like not smart with grouping and stuff. Like they don't group up well. They're just like not intelligent with those choices they make. They go for like really risky sieges. Yeah, they just like go and siege your fort in the mountains. Like the AI is like I like I don't know. Like it's just kind of like the AI isn't very intelligent when it comes to like decision making in war. Like it's in EU4 it's better. Yeah, I think sieges should take less time too. Mercenaries are a mess. Mercenaries are not where they need to, are not close to being balanced. I'd say that. Okay. What do you guys think of this? The mercenary UI sucks still. Even though they made it a focus to change it, I still think it sucks. What do you guys think of that take? I think there's way too many mercenaries. What would you say? Like why can I hire 9 like trillions of guys? Like there's the accessibility to mercenaries is endless. It shouldn't be endless. What do you think? I think of like EU4, there's got to be a limit. What about like maybe there needs to be like a mercenary force limit. Because you know what made mercs really tough in EU4 is that it went against your force limit. So if you kept hiring more and more mercs, it was like exponentially more expensive. Wasn't that a good thing? What do you think of that, like of that concept? Like I think it was a good thing to be like, oh, if you keep merking up, you're going to be so over your force limit that it's going to be like really tough for you to keep up with that. Right. Mercenaries also destroyed your professionalism. There's no drawback to hiring mercs. Right. Mercenary UI is still not good, in my opinion. I'm writing those notes. Way too many mercs to hire. Mercs in EU4 came with detriments such as going over force limit or lowering professionalism. There needs to be drawbacks. There needs to be drawbacks. Okay. Yeah, no, like I'm not saying mercs shouldn't exist because they definitely should exist, right? But there's got to be some drawbacks and there's got to be some balance to it. I really do think like the more that I think about it, like I think force limit just needs to exist. What do you guys think of that take? Like I just think that the game needs force limit because it can't handle not having it. I know it's like not ideal. It's not the thing that I want, but I'm like I just think it might need to exist. Just in general. I think we need force limit. Not because I want it, but because I think we just need it. For balance reasons. For AI versus player balance. In general, though, I think like EU4 feels better because it limits us in many ways. Such as overextension. I'm not saying that they need overextension. I'm just saying like EU4 has limits that they put on the player that make the game more challenging and interesting. Exactly. Like I like that idea too. Like I actually like the idea. Like if you look at like this, right? This is kind of like a force limit, right? But the problem is that you can just build more manpower buildings. But you know, eventually, like your army maintenance is kind of like a force limit. But I don't know. I think it's like too nice to you. What's the wording? Okay, but let's get into combat a little bit more here. I think that I thought about this the other day. I think that combined arms is just bad. It's just bad game design. Essentially, you failed to balance troops, so now you add some fake system to balance troops, to balance combat. Like basically, by what I'm saying is that they failed to make it so that you will not just want to stack one particular unit, so they added some weird modifier to try to like band-aid that, which I think is just like bad. Like make armies more balanced in a like art, you know, in a reasonable way instead of just being like, oh, you have a 10% buff because you have like you know an even balance of guys. It's like I think that's just bad gameplay or bad game design to like give you like an artificial modifier because they can't figure out how to make you want to have a diverse army. Getting a siege bonus for a small nation is way too much money. What do you guys think of that take? Like if you're a small nation and you don't like it, I think it's like way too many thousands of ducats to get like a siege bonus. I know you can, yeah. Right. I'd say in general though, like the combat system isn't good, right? Right, I agree. I mean, I think conform. I think like yeah, conform is important. Okay. Right, I think so. Let's talk about this. This is a weird topic, but assaulting is just awkward. It's just awkward. It's effectively been removed. But how do we make this a fun system to interact with? Again, I'm typing this as like notes for a video, guys, if you're wondering like why am I talking like an alien. But I feel like that's true. Like it's effectively just like been removed, like you can't assault anymore. But how do we make this fun or interesting to interact with? I thought about this as an idea. The problem that you have is in EU4 you had a system called mana that allowed you to have balance with like combat, right? Like you could assault a fort, but it costs you mill points, so there's a trade-off. It's not something that you always wanted to do, but it's something that you definitely could do, right? But like there's a trade-off. But what can we do in EU4 that gives us a trade-off for sending an assault, besides just losing troops? Because I don't think that's enough of a consideration. Because that wasn't enough of a consideration in EU4. I'd say the same thing is true here, right? Like right. But like combat in general, I think just like I would say this is let me know what you guys think of this statement, but overall, copy paste or implementing a mostly EU4 combat system doesn't fit EU5. Feels like an entire rework might be needed. Again, these are just notes I'm taking. What do you guys think of that take? I like that idea though too. Would be a good trade-off. I like that idea too, what you're saying. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. Like certain units should counter each other. Could counter each other. Make more interesting combat scenarios. I like that as like a generalized concept. I do. I think that's a good idea. Of like we want to we instead of just being like I always am going to pick this optimal template of guys. Like I might like consider like, oh, I'm fighting like a horde and they have a lot more horses, so maybe I want to build X unit to counter that or something like that. Could be a lot more interesting. But okay. We talked about war pretty extensively. Well, is there anything else about war you think I missed? Again, it's just all trying to be making like a one big video about what I think they should improve on. Yeah, I think forcemen might just be needed. I mentioned that just to like, and just for the idea that like we need to not be so outnumbering the AI that it's just like not fun, right? Like think about EU4. Like even if you're stronger, you don't have just like insanely large armies, right? Like in this game, you have bigger armies than you ever did in EU4 by far. Like it's not even close. And same with manpower. You have way more manpower in this game than you ever did in EU4. Same with money though too, right? But economy is a completely different like section that we'll get to. But I kind of want to like stick to sections as we're kind of discussing things today. So we discussed warfare. Is there anything else I'm like not thinking about? I think we said like limit the amount of mercenaries. The mercenaries need to be more balanced, need to cost more. Force limit should be something. Money should be something that like is stressing you in a war. I think I talked a little bit about war enthusiasm, but war enthusiasm is frustrating. The plus 50% for having a larger army doesn't, or at least should account for levies you can raise. No, we haven't talked about vassals yet. But what do you guys think of that? Like, I think that the modifier should account for levies that you could raise. Because I think raising levies just to get war score is like kind of stupid. But it's also like war enthusiasm from simply being at war a long time is really stupid. Let me give you an example of something that I did in a campaign that was really fried. I'm it's Iron Man, so I can't look. But I did a war against Ming, who was like Giga Ming, right? And they had way more guys than me. But it was a scenario like this. Let's say that I am. Let's say this is Ming and this is me, right? Now I have access. I have conditional access to this location. Okay? They can't get to me and I can get to them. The war goal is this. Okay? So they can't get to me. I can get to them. And I keep just sending guys in and sieging the war goal. Okay? So the war never ends because it's like technically being like going on all the time, right? But eventually I get lucky enough to be able to hold it for 10 war score. And the war's been going on so long that I can get a 100% peace deal against Ming now because they have a negative 100% modifier to length of war. How stupid is that? I can take 100 war score worth of value from Ming from sieging this one location because the war has been going on so long. 100% war score from them. I got 10 war score, so I could make the peace deal, but they had negative 100 war enthusiasm because the war is so long. So this is just kind of my point, though. It's like and it was like, and it had a lot to do with the conditional access being like I could get to them, they couldn't get to me, like nonsense. But like war enthusiasm, yeah, just from being at war is a really really dumb thing. And same with war balance. Like it's really weird in this game because like have you guys ever noticed that you only need like maybe like 30 or 40 war score to get 100% from a peace deal? Like it's just like, have you guys noticed that because their war enthusiasm is so low that like you don't actually need high war score to take, like in EU4 you would actually need like a lot more war score to take land respectively, if you guys have noticed that. But anyways, I think that's kind of it for combat. I guess one thing about combat is like I've talked about this before, but being able to force allies into war for 10 favors should be removed. EU4 had it right. Favors to increase willingness to join is fine. Forcing is not fine. This isn't slavery. Okay. If you guys get what I'm saying, it's like using 10 favors to force them to a war is not okay. Like that's not how this works. This isn't slavery. You know, like you could use favors to like increase their willingness to join the war. It's totally reasonable. But asking that, like forcing them into a war is not. Yeah, you probably didn't get a choice, right? You just got called into the war because they used the favors. It's like, dude, you always should have a choice. That's wrong. Yeah, I can do it to you too, which is stupid. It's like you should always have a choice if you wanted to join a war, right? Like this negatively affects the player too. Forced into wars, they should be able to decline. Like there's no way that, and like 10 favors is way too easy too. I also think that like breaking alliances with favors should cost more than 20 favors. Does it cost 20 still, or is it 50? I think it's 20, right? I think it's 20, but okay, well then I think it's 20 is too cheap. Or alternatively, the favor system should also, favors should not be able, favors should only be earned not just I send a diplomat and now I get favors. That's just my opinion. So like you should have to help your person in a war to get favors. You shouldn't be able to send a diplomat to get any favors. Maybe that's like a little. What do you guys think of that? Like you should have to help your friend in a war that calls you to war and actually help him to get favors. Like I don't think that you should just like generate favors for existing, right? Like maybe you should generate favors over time for being your allies. Maybe that's reasonable. But I also feel like the word favor to me is like you should have to do something to get a favor. Right? Like I can't just like demand that you owe me a favor after certain years of sending a diplomat. Right? Like that's silly. You could you could procure favors in EU4. I think that's like also wrong too. Or something. I think the cost just like it needs to cost something. Like yeah, if you're like constantly giving them money or like it's a cabinet action, like there are ways that I could see you generating favors, but the way it's done in this game is just too easy. It's like not. It's just bad, right? Like, I think that's relatively fair to say. Okay, so we've talked about warfare being an issue, AA not building enough armies. No, we haven't talked about vassals yet. We will talk about that. I promise. I mean, we can talk about that. We can talk about the meta too. We were just talking about warfare. Is there anything else with warfare though that I want to like include? Because all this is like trying to be like I'm taking notes to put into a video. So is there anything with warfare we feel like is like not quite there? Other than like, okay, we talked about maybe a force limit. AI's not building enough armies. Mercenaries overpowered. War score from battles we talked. I think I mentioned that. Superiority not giving enough war score later in the game is an issue we talked about. Do we want to talk about like what do we want to talk about next? There's a lot of things we can. Like, do we want to talk about integration? I feel like that's an entire like topic though. If we're moving away from warfare, we can, but I'm like, I want to make sure we're like this topic is like done. I think it covered most of the main points. What do we think about the way levies are? Like, for example, like if Bohemia gets attacked by like France or something, like they're now like a free war. Is that like? I'm not saying this is bad. I'm saying like, what do we have any opinions on that? Like the idea that like some nation just has 0 people to fight you now. But I guess that's kind of like realistic though, right? So I don't know. I think that's fine. Unit types, yeah, I think so. I think I mentioned that earlier though. Unit types would make things more interesting. I'll just put as like a pretty generalized topic, but yeah. Okay, so let's move on to what are the main topics we haven't covered? I guess I guess we'll just move into the integration topic. Because it's kind of a mess, right? But let's talk about the integration / subject spam, and we'll kind of like talk about this as cabinet actions as well, right? So it's kind of a mess, but I'd start by saying like the cabinet actions need I need some sort of rework. You either use subjects to do all integration, or you have an unusable cabinet that is locked into just integration. What do you guys think of that take? So either you use subjects to do all your integration, or you would have an unusable cabinet because all of it is just locked into integrating / culture converting. That's kind of like the direct we'll talk about next. Is because I think cabinet actions are the root cause of subjects being so overpowered, right? But it's a this is a tough one to like figure out what to do about it, right? Like I don't know what the solution to the problem is. But I'd say in general that like there should be some incentive, or there should be some reason to, let's say there should be some advantage to integrating the land yourself versus subject. For example, should be much faster, perhaps. Or provide other bonuses. That's an interesting idea. Huh. What do you guys think of there being like some sort of bonus for you integrating the land yourself? I don't know. The question becomes more of like we have an issue. And the issue is that we need to use a cabinet action for integrating and then culture converting land, right? And so because that's the case, we are incentivized to use subjects to get more cabinet actions. But how do you balance this in a way that makes sense? Because I don't think subjects should be a way to circumvent cabinet capacity, right? Like that doesn't really work. That's just not very good for gameplay. So how do we make this like more reasonable? Like I think there's a lot of different ideas behind like what we could do, but it's just kind of a matter of like it's almost like a thing that's like there's so many different ways I could see them solving this issue. I just don't know what the best approach is. Here's an idea. Like I don't know if I like it though. Like there's a couple ideas I've thought of like one would be like you use a cabinet action that integrates land, but it integrates all land, but at a very slower rate. Like imagine something like you use this cabinet action that it integrates the land over like 30 years or something. But it integrates all land at the same time or something. That would just like make it so you're not incentivized to like have a billion little subjects to do this task because you can do this task at the same click, or maybe even a slower click. But that's just like it's just like it's a hard one to like figure out. Well, maybe it's based on the amount of land that you need to integrate then. I think that's actually not a bad idea, chill guy. I thought of something really cruel. Oh, I thought of something really cruel that would like actually maybe work. Okay, you want to hear something my really cruel idea? If you are more than 50 decentralized, diplomatization is disabled. What do you guys think of that? If you are more than 50 decentralized, you can no longer deploy annex. Because that would like, dude, that would like hard limit you on subjects, right? I don't think it's a good idea. The only reason I don't think it's a good idea because it would need to scale with subject size too. But how do you go back from decentralized there? You have to release subjects, probably. Like just cancel them. Just like goodbye, you know. You got too many subjects, unfortunately, so you're gonna need to just release those. Well, that's a different this whole subject CV is a different like to remove that. Just get rid of that from the video game. Literally. Literally delete that from the game. It's never freaking not cheese. Like, why do you have a disloyal subject CB that you can but you can only effectively declare war when someone's not your subject? It just shouldn't exist. Oh, I like that a lot. 50 Central giving integrate area is actually kind of based. I kind of like that a lot. I don't know. It might be too good, though. I do like the idea of something like that, though. Like, but we'll talk about values in a bit. But for centralization, I think that centralization should be better than decentralization based on the fact that there are privileges in the game that are advantageous to take that push decentral. So like generally speaking, like centralization just needs to be better than decentralization by default. It shouldn't be a balanced type of situation. Like you should want to be central more than decentral every time, I think. Like as a gameplay pattern. Not like one is better than the other. Like literally every time, centralization needs to be better than decentralization. Because of the fact that you get certain privileges that are good to have, but give you decentral. Like I always felt like the decentral was balanced that way. Like it is actively annoying to push central, if that makes sense. Like I think that's the way that the game is designed. I'd say like similarly to like humanist, right? Or things like free subjects. Like there's different values that do the same thing, but it's like it's almost like the game is naturally pushing you towards spiritualist, right? You have to like push against that to go humanist. And things like that. But integration is like one of those things that it's like I feel like integration is almost in the category of needs a rework type of like thought process, right? Like it's definitely a really bad gameplay loop to be like I should release 92 subjects because I want extra cabinet actions, right? What do you disagree with, Chill Guy? Let's hear it. I think that I would agree with the like there's a lot of different things I'm saying, so I'm like need to be specific when you want to disagree with. Right. I mean, I've been thinking about this, even in the sense of like, is there ever a point in the game when you wouldn't just want to use opium subjects? When I say opium, I mean like one. Like I guess it's called one province minor is the term. So I guess opium would be still the correct terminology. But like, is there ever a point in the game when opium subjects isn't just the best? Even if you have the integrated area cabinet action, I still think it's the best. And you want to know why? So I thought about this in the run. Like, okay, this is what you'd want to do with integrate area, I think. Integrate area, and then after you've integrated the area, give it all the subjects so they can culture convert it for you. Like, you would still want to do that. Now they just don't have to integrate it, which is great, right? In fact, have you seen my strategy where you what you would do is you would integrate area, make all the subjects culture convert for you, and then just kill the subjects. Don't even integrate them. Just kill them because it's already your cores. Like, that's actually, I think, the way you would play late game. No need to improve relations or whatever, right? Like, just like kill them because you've already cored it, so it's just your cores. But I think that would be like the ideal way to play is be like integrate the area yourself, make a million subjects to do the culture conversion for you, and then just kill them when they're done culture converting. Like casually, right? Like just whenever you have time. Something, right? They're not. It's not your core provinces though. Like if you just integrated the land, it's not your cores. It's only integrated, right? Right. So like if I went and invaded France, like the way would be like I integrate area and then I just release subjects and then they do it for me. I think because then they're not wasting time integrating the area, right? I agree with that. I think that the carbon copy of you is weird. Right. I also think it's kind of weird that like why couldn't she release a subject that was your culture? Isn't it kind of dumb? Like if I made a subject and I like was like, okay, hey, my brother, you're gonna take charge of this new country, right? Like, why is it that it's the wrong culture and the wrong religion? Like, I don't get that. I'm releasing a subject, and I'm choosing my freaking brother or something. Like, shouldn't they be able to do that without me forcing them into that? You know what I'm saying? Hey. I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab some groceries. Okay. But the point being is I think that should be like fiefdoms, for example, right? Like this is your ruler, right? Like if you have a fiefdom, why isn't that new land your culture and your religion? I mean that would be even more powerful, but I just think it'd be weird. Like, aren't fiefdoms supposed to be your like somehow your like the same leader? Question mark. I don't really know exactly what this fiefdom means, but like, what was the? I'm at war. Oh, no, I'm not. Fiefdom is a junior title that is the property of its overlord ruler. But becomes ruled directly by our overlord's monarch. See, like, if it's my guy's monarch, like, why? Yeah. Anyways, that's not like that's not that important to discuss in this scenario, but so part of the issue I've had lately too is they changed the balance so that your integration, sorry, your culture conversion is tied to control. So this makes it even more necessary that you use subjects to culture convert. So isn't that like bad? Like, why did they do that? I hate it. Because your control, like, so like basically the idea is being like subjects are now better at culture conversion by a large margin than you. Large margin, right? Like it's not even like comparable. Like you're gonna have like at best like what 30 control or something. So it just like it even further desensitizes or it even further pushes this whole like you have to use subjects to really be able to convert even further, right? Because control, like if you have half control, like you're literally half as effective or worse. Right, so you're forced to use OPM subjects, right? Like basically just like every part of the that change just to me is like we are further incentivizing OPM subjects. So I feel like that's like an issue that they like. I feel like they made the integration worse. But integration's like a topic of its own, you know. It's kind of like I don't know. It's almost like a rework, in my opinion. Like I kind of think that that integration shouldn't be a cabinet action at all. It should be something that happens over time. Like there is no way to like push this along. Like you know like you conquer the land, and it's going to take a while for those people to kind of come to terms with you being their new like overlord or something, right? And like that would solve a lot of the issues in general, because then I just think that it's like the core issue is that we shouldn't use subjects as a way to increase our cabinet capacity. Like that, I think that's like the very core issue of the subject problem. Like when you break it down, it's like that is the number one issue, is that we're using subjects as a way to bypass our capacity. And that's not good. So what are some ways to fix that? Well, probably maybe this is like too cruel. Maybe it's not, but like I don't know that it really is. Maybe this is like a little here's an idea for you. If you change integration, like let's say the integration is something that happens over time, right? Maybe even culture conversion too, which I think is like more historical, right? Anyways, like I think that just like the idea that you can just fully culture convert an area is like super unrealistic. But that's a point for another, you know, whatever, right? Like it is what it is. Like it's not realistic that I can just like, oh, I'm playing a campaign where I have 99.84% Greek, right? Like that's ridiculous. Right? Like of this land, it's like literally like everyone is Greek and Orthodox in this campaign, right? Like that's just like a horrible simulation of anything, right? I think like the idea that like 99.8% of people are just like, yeah, it's ridiculous, right? And it's just like not historical. So let's say that you take away those things and that they or even that you don't even take them away. Okay, let's just jump into the idea. Subjects shouldn't have cabinet seats at all. 0. Okay. What do we think? Subjects shouldn't have cabinet seats. Just straight up. Nope. Nothing. Why? Because then you're not incentivized to make subjects just to get extra cabinet seats. I still say that subjects should be allowed, or let's maybe like take it a little bit different. Subjects should be disallowed from certain cabinet actions. For example, developed province shouldn't be allowed as a subject. Or it's only allowed as the player. I would be okay with that. Like if the player wants to do it, sure. But I think that using your subject to integrate land is simply bad. Like I don't want to use subjects as a way to just circumvent having like my cabinet. I don't want subjects to be something I use just to get more cabinet seats. That needs to go, I think. I don't think smaller vassal capacity really like solves the issue. Like I think it could solve the issue, but I think it's like the same thing though. It's like I don't think at any point that you should be able to use your subjects as a way to get more cabinet seats. Yeah, I mean, yeah, CK3 is I just think like that to me that's the root cause of all the problems, right? It's like don't make subjects be something that is like this is bonus cabinet seats. I think that's again that's the root cause of the issue. Cabinet subjects being bonus cabinet seats is a problem. You shouldn't be able to get bonus cabinet seats. That's just like circumventing the way like that is like just bad for the game. I would be okay with that too. Like but integration's like okay, I think integration should be completely reworked. Though. Here's my opinion. How about this? Tell me what you guys think of this. But it's in a way that like I don't really know what to do with culture. I think culture's a weird one. What about this though? Let's say I like so I think there's some weird things going on here. But for one, let's say that here's an idea for you guys. Integration happens over 30 years. At the 15-year mark, the land becomes integrated. At the 30-year mark, the land becomes cored. The time frames aren't important. They could be adjusted for balance, right? I don't think that's like relevant. That kills all assimilation gameplay. I don't know. I haven't played Hoi 4. You think it should be connected to culture, but how unrealistic is it to assimilate culture in this time frame, though, Cheese Wheel? Why? Why assign it to culture? Why not? Why not assign it to religion then too? Like, I don't think assigning it to culture is actually the right move. I like, are you telling me that because a certain amount of culture of people live that a land could never be integrated? Like, I don't know. I bet even today there's parts of the world that are like mostly German culture that aren't even that are broken away from Germany at this point, or something like that. That's just an example, but like I when I went to Austria, that like there's so many people that I feel like we're like our quote unquote German culture. Like I guess like German culture is like more of a big culture group, but I don't know. But do you really feel like what is the realistic time frame for like okay, if I'm the Ottomans and I own Constantinople, right? What percentage of people do you think are going to be Greek? Like realistic, like I'm saying like how long would it realistically take for like that culture to change in real life? Because I would imagine it would be like decades or I don't know, like a long time, right? But before like you could be like before the idea of like oh, the majority of the people in Constantinople are Turkish. Like what would be like a realistic time frame for that to be a thing, right? Like it's not going to be like 5 to 10 years. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Right? Unless like they just like kicked all the people out, but that's like not, you know, that's not going to happen. But my point being is like I would say that like but that's not what happens. So like you know like yeah, you would never convert you couldn't convert them completely. But like, that's the question though too. Is like, you know, it's not historical to just convert everyone to one culture. Like, I don't really like the idea that land can't be part of, like, land cannot be an integral part of a nation because it's not the right culture. It is a gaming mechanic, but like the question is like, I think this could be more interesting. Like, to me, it's like, I don't know what to think about culture. I don't know what to think about it because it's like, I don't think it's like a really good realistic gameplay loop to just like change culture, right? Well, sure, but I think coring and integration is an important thing to discuss when it comes to this, right? Like, my argument would be like, I don't think culture should be tied to cores. Like, I don't really think that's like reasonable. That's kind of my, I guess that would be like my overarching like thought process. But I also think that like religious conversion, culture conversion, and integration probably shouldn't be tied to cabinet seats. Why? Because then I don't want to, I don't want to ever be doing more than the same. Like, I want cabinet seats to be unique. What do I mean by that? But like, every cabinet seat you do can only be used one time, and that to feel good still. Like, you could, like, for example, like, only one cabinet seat can be doing, because you know, like, a cabinet seat like this is way more interesting than a cabinet seat of like literally seven integrations, right? Like, this cabinet seat's even a little bit like not ideal too, right? Like, I would much rather cabinet seat like look something like these bottom four, for example, where like they're all doing something that's like unique and interesting, right? Like maybe something like, I would like my cabinet seat to look something like this, where it's like they're all doing something that's useful, but it's like something like this. Like, this is what I would like. This is where I would want the cabinet to be, where it's like we're doing 7 different things that are useful, not doing like 7 of the same thing. I think that's always bad. Yeah, and that too. It's like, I would rather the cabinet was like, I don't know. I hate to like go to EU4 terms, but I'm like, I think it'd be kind of cool if you had like 3 cabinet seats, then one was like specialized in each different skill. Like, one was like a Diplo, admin, and then mill focused. Something like that would actually be kind of cool. And it's like they could only do like certain cabinet things that were like related to that type of. I don't know. Again, it comes down to like a cabinet rework is like kind of where I'm like aiming towards, but I think the integration is like it's kind of an issue, right? I agree with that too. You shouldn't be able to put a Diplo guy in like a day before the war ends, right? That's stupid. I don't mind that either, but I think like I guess the majority of what I'm saying is like, I think the integration isn't in a good spot. I think that the biggest issue with subjects and the biggest reason why people do these OPM subjects is, well, there's a couple of issues, right? Like, I think that when you have a modifier that you like a couple issues I'd say with OPM subjects is like, for one, you shouldn't get there shouldn't be an incentive to integrate smaller subjects faster because they're smaller than you, right? Like, we shouldn't be promoting you to make smaller subjects by increasing the integration speed based on the size difference. I think like that is like the number, like one point I would say. Like, we should not have a benefit for, we shouldn't have we shouldn't be incentivized to have smaller subjects, which we are incentivized because they annex faster that way. So that'd be like I think that's like a fair point, right? Like, don't incentivize incentivize faster annexation for smaller subjects. Would be like my first point, right? Remove the X bigger than modifier. I don't actually mind that, like, somewhat. But we'll talk about economy in a little bit, guys. We'll get to that. This is all, again, this is all designed to make like one big video. But the question should be though, like, so Paradox, okay. The biggest issue with Paradox is, and like, because I remember at one point they heavily nerfed subjects, but then they reverted it. And the reason they did that is because it tanked like France, right? Because France has like, so the Paradox shot themselves in the foot by giving like Bohemia and France way too many subjects at start, right? So now they have to like balance the game around that because they can't be disloyal at start. But they have way too many subjects that you shouldn't even be able to allow that many subjects, right? So it's like a weird issue that Paradox this like fabricated for themselves. They put themselves in a weird spot where France has 1 billion subjects, but they have to be loyal because they were loyal, or like historically or something, right? Or whatever the case may be. And so now it's like but unfortunately that sets the standard for all nations having subjects. Although I don't really think that necessarily had to be the case. They could have just given certain nations like a modifier or something, but you do have like a subject issue. But the question becomes like, I mean, personally, I hate subjects, but I think that they're like an important part of like the role play and like historical element to it, right? So it's like I can't just be like, oh, subjects are useless, like because it's that can't like I think that the design's philosophy is like we want subjects to be good, or at least early game, right, to help like integrate land and things like that. So, which or you like maybe you should think of subjects as like an extension of your nation, like sort of, right? I don't know. It's just kind of like I don't like how it's just like a way to. I don't really know the answer. It's one of those things that it's like, how do you solve this problem? But it's give me one sec, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack. But I'm like, because there's a lot of other issues that like tie into this. I think. I I'll come back in a second. Then let's kind of discuss what we think like the historical like idea would be. Because I kind of want to like propose the idea that like subjects shouldn't have 100 control. They should have a control malice for being a subject. I'll come back. But what do you guys think of that? Okay, I'm back. But okay, I'd say like a theme I would say is like maybe subjects can't have cabinet seats. I don't know. Or maybe they need to be restricted in what they can do with their cabinet. But we need to do something like subjects have too much value. There's no doubt in that, right? Like I think that's like a pretty fair statement to say like subjects have too much value. And the amount of subjects we can have is too high. For sure. I think one fewer cabinet seat is still too strong because it's generally only one thing that you really care about them doing at a time. Like for example, like if I'm trying to integrate, I just care that they're integrating. I like that a lot, actually. What about that idea? I kind of like that. Like, you know how in EU4 you couldn't just make custom subjects? What about that you can't make custom subjects? Well, maybe ever. Maybe about what do you think about like a historical only subjects? Like it would be like maybe that's not the right idea, but it would reduce your ability to have a billion subjects like that, right? Yeah, I think it's like too simple because there's a billion little locations anyways. I just like trying to think of something like I don't like the create like that you can create a million subjects anywhere for free, right? Like think about this. When you're in the HRE and you take land, like I mean the HRE is a completely different topic that we'll get to. But I think that making subjects as a way to avoid unlawful territory is bad. Right? Like that shouldn't be allowed. And I'd even be like and so yeah, that I think that's just like another idea though, right? Like that shouldn't be okay. Or you're making subjects to not get rebels, right? Like I've done that too. I'm sure many of you guys have done that. Like you're just making subjects to like avoid problems. And I feel like that's not like it's not like so I don't think it would be so obvious like realistically, I don't know, like that you can just make subjects and then all your problems go away, right? Yeah, I think that I don't know. It's just like it's a really weird issue to solve, honestly. Like it is really weird because it's just like I think it's like I think the fundamental that we can kind of agree on is that it's a cabinet seat issue. I think that's like the number one thing that is like the root cause of the issue is it's a cabinet seat issue. But the question is like, okay, it's a cabinet seat issue, so how like what should the intent be? Because here's the fundamental like problem I have with it is like you using subjects to circumvent integration is kind of bad. So, but like I don't know. It's just like a confusing conversation or a topic to talk about. Like here's a weird idea. I don't know if it'd be good, but one of my bigger issues with the whole idea with with subjects, right, is that you as a player don't have any agency, meaning that basically you making a bunch of subjects is just better. It's not like a There's no trade-off, right? It's just like a blank statement. Like it's always better in every scenario. What if there was a scenario where you were like very centralized and like high levels of centralization gave you like really good integration speed or something like that? Like it's just an idea, but like something that would like allow you to play this way and not be like so far behind. And wouldn't you guys agree? Like let me ask you guys this. If you're France and you integrate Burgundy, I feel like you shouldn't have full cores on that land. Like it would still take some time for like the integration to be like quote unquote full, if that makes sense. What do you guys think of that? Like there should be some sort of like time, like some time period when you annex somebody that land becomes actually integrated, because I don't think that if you like let's say you annex some sort of part of land, like those people are still going to be a little resistant to you for a while. I think in a historical I guess for like lens. So in that sense, though, is it like what the Scatman's saying is? Do we need to slow down diplo annexation speed then by like a large margin? Because that's kind of, that stuff is done like a year, right? Like maybe we do need to just like drastically slow down integration speed then, or sorry, annexation speed. Is that like a reasonable thing to do? Because like you integrate like a OPM in like a year or something, maybe a couple years, right? I mean, I could see that, but I think it's like I don't even know if it would matter the amount of subjects you have. It's just a tough. It really is like a tough one to solve. Like when I think about it, I'm like, I don't really know that it's obvious what the answer should be. But I just feel like like I could easily say like integration doesn't feel good right now. Just the way that it's designed, the way that it's like, simulated, it just doesn't feel like it's right. I think it's actually one of the game's biggest issues too. Maybe the biggest issue is the whole idea of integration. I never said that, but didn't they say that? Sorry, I didn't see your writing. Yeah, you know what? I thought a couple things though, like for example, in EU4, if you keep annexing people like that, it's like hard to annex people, right? Like because I think the -100 cap, like, you know how you hit a cap of -100 for relations for annexing subjects? I think there shouldn't be a cap on this, actually. Think if they did that, how much worse subjects would be. Just that. Like, there is no cap to this whole... Think about that. Just that change alone. Like, wouldn't that be, like, a pretty massive change? Like, the idea that, like, that -100, like, had no cap. Like, it just kept going up and up and up. That way it would be like you would have to wait to annex more subjects at some point, right? Because you wouldn't just be able to keep annexing them. Like, eventually they would get so disloyal. Yeah, you can get to plus 200. Yeah, but maybe what if there wasn't a cap? Because eventually, like, that's actually gonna that's gonna make it so there's so much worse. Yeah, remove the cap. Remove the cap. I mean, that actually buffs improved relations modifiers though too a little bit. Because then if you have so much improved relations modifiers, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to do opium subjects. Maybe it's that simple. You need to remove the cap. Like, honestly, that would actually nerf it so hard if you think about it. It's actually such a simple solution too, right? Like, the easiest change they could possibly make is maybe, like, reasonable. Just remove the capacity on -100. Because that would actually, like, be rough. Yeah, like, it'd still be useful. Just I feel like it'd be good though. Right. That's what I learned early on too, is that, like... Yeah, I'm just like, I kind of like that though. It's like, I also think, like, improved relations goes too far. If you guys know what I mean, like, you can improve up to like 500 with some people. That could be good too. Imagine those two things in combination. That you got -25 loyalty while you're annexing one subject, because that actually makes sense, right? Like, actually, I feel like that's actually, like, somewhat reasonable. Yeah, like, subjects would feel threatened. Like, I feel like and that's my point with, like, EU5. It's like, I feel like sometimes it's not these drastic changes the game needs. It's like some little things. Like, I talked about, like, force limit and maybe, like, different P stills and stuff like that. But I'm like, I feel like the game's closer than people give it credit for. So I'm having a little bit of lunch, but I like that a lot. Remove the -100 cap on annexation. Oh yeah, it would literally take like 2 seconds. Because that's just funny though. Like, of all the things I could think about, that actually seems like the like the best solution to the problem. Because you would, at some point, you would just not be able to do to do this vassal spam, right? And you would want to make bigger subjects at that point. Because you couldn't have like 30, 40 subjects. You would after like 10 integrations, you would be like not able to integrate anymore for a long time. That would like completely solve the issue. I mean, and I feel like it's like really it's just so simple of a fix. Something like that. That actually seems really reasonable. Yeah, it's like honestly, if you remove the cap, then it's fine if subjects have like, you know, I'm like more okay with with subjects having capped actions. Maybe you could still like reduce the capped actions. I don't, but I don't know. That change alone seems like the most like the best one I can think of. Because I'm like, yeah, you couldn't just have a ton of subjects. Yeah, like that's what I would think too. Like you would think that you can't just like and yeah, I really like that idea though. Like even if it's just like you shouldn't be able to endlessly annex subjects. Like in the EU4 it's like that too, right? Like once you start annexing a bunch of subjects, like everyone's too disloyal to want to integrate or to annex for a while. Because that's funny that like that's because if you think about it, like that's part of an EU4 why you struggle with that, right? Like for example, if you have the vassal swarm in the HRE, like you can't just annex the entire HRE this way. You'll get to the point where the relations are so negative. Right. There's that in EU4 too, right? Like you have diplo capacity. Like diplo capacity should be like adjusted. I think like regardless of whatever else we say, like diplo capacity could be adjusted or slash nerfed. But give maybe France and Bohemia bonuses at start. Not to ruin them. We've talked about that. I think like levies should be phased out. Yeah, I like that a lot though. Like think about think about if you couldn't annex more than like 10. You actually wouldn't want to do that anymore, would you? Like I literally think that could solve the issue. Funny enough, I'm like, yeah, I think that I wouldn't want to have a million subjects anymore because for one, if you kept annexing them, it'd be hard to keep them loyal, right? Because they all have like negative opinion of you. It's just such a simple solution. It's like one line of code. It's funny. I'm sitting here for like an hour trying to brainstorm what could do, and I'm like, oh, something so simple. It might be the best solution. I also think that they should add back the HRE thing. You know how in EU4 that if the HRE like if you annex a member of the HRE like Diplo, it's like everyone loses opinion of you for doing that. Like that could be an idea. No, they didn't copy enough from EU4. That's been a big complaint of mine too. Is like if they would have just copied more from EU4, that would have been good. Yeah, true. It's just funny how like that solution would be like pretty good. Like yeah, that's. I mean, if you had to have bigger subjects, I feel like that'd be like more. That would be more difficult too, right? Because now it's like those take a lot longer to annex because you don't get that bonus, and then you're kind of like, oh, is that is that worth it? But okay, I like that. I like that. We'll put that in our notes. Let's talk about. Let's shift topics a little bit to values. I think that's like a topic that I wanted to discuss in the video I'm making. What do we think about? I'll specifically say like humanist versus spiritualist. The idea that you either are good at culture conversion or religious conversion. I don't really like this. What do you guys think? Like I feel like it should be it should be possible to be good at both of these things. But I don't know. I feel like culture is one of those things that it's like I really don't know where I would where I'd like the game to go with that. Okay, but yeah, just talk about values. I don't know what I would like to see. I think it's kind of like a centralization needs to be better. I think giving loyalty of subjects to decentralization is a bad thing. But I don't really know. I feel like this is just a weird one. Yeah, I don't know. What did you miss today? We're talking about everything about the game that we want changed. I'm taking notes so that I can make a video about it. So I'm trying to cover all the topics from like everything. Yeah, values are. What did I note? A lot of things. You want me to go through my list of? I think I have like 60 different things that or 65 different things that I wrote. I don't have to. Why? Yeah, I never have to make a video. If you guys want, we can go over all the notes at some point, and just like what you know. Oh, yeah, we can put that down in my notes. Like, okay, first thing I'd say, naval versus land. Um, Land needs to be buffed. I'd say that's a pretty fair thing. I'd say, um, let's say you feel incentivized to push humanist for faster integration. It seems odd that religion doesn't affect coring, but culture does. I would say, how about this for values? I feel like some values almost shouldn't be like an inverse. Like for example, it's almost the idea that like you should be able to be um like good at like why can't you be good at offense and defense? Why can't you be good at land and naval? Why can't you be good at like spiritualist and human? You know what I mean? Like it almost feels just like not all of these values are like independent from each other. Like just because someone's good at offense doesn't mean they're bad at defense. It doesn't make any sense, right? Like why would you see what I'm saying? Or why is it that you can only be quantity or quality? It's like you could definitely be a mix, right? Like I feel like that's kind of the issue with values. It's just not like real reasonable. Like just because you were, you know, I just feel like you shouldn't like just because you're like belligerent and conciliatory. Like some of the values are like opposites of each other, and that makes some sense. But some of them are like I wouldn't say that like these two values necessarily like you're not going to be terrible at defense because you're good at offense or vice versa. Like you can be good at both of those things. I think that there were probably militaries that were good at both of those things historically. I think that like in some cases it makes sense. But like for example, do you think there's a nations that like there probably is nations that like would benefit from like that were both navally and good at land, right? You know what I mean? Like I don't think just because you're good at naval would be like you're bad at controlling your people through land necessarily. Does that make sense? To me, it's kind of like a weird thing. Like some of the values make more sense, like serfdom free subjects. Like that seems like opposites, sure. But like some of the values, I'm just like specifically spiritualist and humanist and land and naval. To me, almost feel like you shouldn't be forced to be good at only one. Like, can you not be good at like, you know, why would it make sense that because you're better at assimilation that you're worse at conversion? Wouldn't you be better that way because those people are now like more of your people? Or am I crazy? Like if you were like really good at like assimilating people to your culture or whatever, then wouldn't it also make sense that you'd be good at assimilating them to your like religion structure? What do you guys think? Like I think there's values that make more sense. Like sure, like centralized and central versus decentral. Like it makes sense that being decentral would make you worse at whatever central was, right? Yeah, spiritualist versus humanist should be assimilation versus tolerance. Yeah. What do you guys think of like? I don't know. I've thought about this. I'm like, if you had a certain amount of tolerance, like, what if you had to have a less percentage of your your people to that culture if you had like a higher tolerance, for example? Like, if you're really tolerant, I feel like there should be like some sort of benefit for being like super tolerant. I don't know what, but I guess I'll just put in my notes that like I would say that central versus decentral balance is off, and same with land and naval. And those are probably the two most egregious offenders. Central decentral balance is off, and I would say that similarly land and naval balance is off. It's like a very like vague type of thing. I don't know if I want to go too into the details, like other like I guess I don't have any strong opinions other than that. Like, sure, I don't love human spiritualist, but it's fine. But I think the central is like off, and the land naval is off. I think land naval is actually the most off because of the free capitals. So I think that's like the number one thing. But well, I don't know that it would nerf decentral. Maybe it would. Okay, what other topics did we not talk about? I'm just trying to cover like everything I can think about for this video, but I'm like, what other topics did I want to get to that I didn't talk about? Oh, economy. Economy, of course. Economy is kind of a tough one to look at, but in general, I would say economy is too fast. It feels slow. It feels slow to start, but picks up too fast, I think. So we're gonna move into like the economy discussion here. I think that paying 0 for your Diplo slider is just like, it makes 0 sense to me. You're going to be paying diplomats to do things in your nation. Always. You never, and if not, it should take like some amount of time for these people to be like onboarded and stuff like that, right? So I think that's like, I think that there needs to be like AI. I think it's optimal to delete all the forts. This should be decentivized. Gives player a massive boost over AI, right? Like for example, if I delete all my forts as Castile, I'm like insanely more rich than the AI Castile would be. Even though he doesn't really need all those forts. Because he's like, I mean, he's kind of the strongest nation of the region. He probably could get away with having like, maybe like 3-4 forts, not 20. So I think that it's like the idea of like fort balance needs adjusting. I like what you're saying, actually, chill guy. Perhaps less maintenance, but way easier to siege. I actually like that approach. That actually doesn't like. I think that seems reasonable. Forts cost less to maintain, but they are really they are like 2 to 3 months to siege, or something like. I think that's like what ChatGPT said was the historical average of a fort. I could say 3 to 6 months. I think that'd be fair. What if you say that forts are way cheaper, but they 3 to 6 months? I mean, I think that like honestly though, if your fort is in the middle of your land, it should be like if you have a naval fort, I feel like that should be something that should be like significantly longer to siege, because especially if they have like naval access, because then they can get food or whatever, right? But if it's a land fort, then you're not connected to the ocean. It should be like way easier to siege down. Mission trees. I don't think mission trees are like actually even like something that is a priority, if I'm being honest with you. Like I think like that is not even something that they should be considering at the moment. Yeah. I think mission trees are something that is a good idea, but it's like all the things that we've been talking about today are like our higher priority. Like make the game, fix like all the basic features of the game first, and then we can worry about that. I think would be the answer to that. Because if the game is really fun and as a blank state, then adding mission trees is like, yeah, that's perfect. I mean, we don't need nations to achieve historical borders necessarily, though. I mean, it's meant to be a different line in history every game, right? But I do agree that like occasionally the Ottomans should do well, right? But that's a different topic of conversation. But wouldn't you guys say that should be a thing? Like, yeah, I think like at least 20 to 30% of the time, the Ottomans should be like Giga, and like 20 to 30% of the time, like Russia should form, or something like that, right? I think so. I don't think it has. I don't think it should be every time, but I definitely think it should be like one of the possibilities. True. I don't really mind the cost at all. Like I'm like $30 every 6 months is also fine for me. It's probably not even 30. It's probably like 20. Even if it was 30, though, I'm like, yeah, that would be reasonable. As someone who played WoW for years and paid $15 a month, yeah, I would definitely go that route. Like I don't mind the DLC policy of Paradox. Never really have, but maybe that's because I played WoW for so long. Yeah, like I played WoW since. In fact, the current expansion in WoW is the only one that I haven't played. I played like every other expansion, and sub for years and whatever. So I'm like, this method seems like a lot more reasonable. So yeah, I would definitely say like it's not unreasonable to. I never had an issue. Like I actually have an issue with people that complain about that type of stuff. I'm like, that doesn't really seem like crazy. I can see that too. Like I've always like probably always bought the Paradox DLCs as they come out, or maybe not. I'm not that far behind. I do agree to some extent. Yeah. Like what they do behind DLCs should be like I think mission trees would be like where DLCs should be, honestly. Like if you have a really good base game, and let's say you have some mission trees with the great powers or something, and then you add like mission trees for like unique nations, like there's like a super unique like Aztec and Incan DLC. Like I would pay that. I would pay like $60 for that, and I wouldn't mind that being a thing. Like this DLC is like unique content for these like specific nations. They aren't like super mainstream nations. I'm even okay with it. They want to do mission trees behind for every nation, even great powers. Sure, as long as the base game's like super good. Anyways, back to the discussion of the economy, right? So let's lock in on that. Don't tend. Yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. I mean, content creators, sure, if we get it for free, but so the economy is too fast, and I'd say the player, even an idiot like me, is way better than the AI at economy. Is way better at eco for some reason. Like I'm not like I can be a particularly like idiot with the economy, and I feel like I'm like, I know, you know, an order of magnitude smarter than the AI with economy, right? Like what is the AI doing? Like just teach the AI to build roads and RGOs or something simple. I don't know. But I honestly feel like the AI should be able to be smart enough to make like the most efficient decision every time. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm like, wouldn't it be like easy to calculate like every time, like, oh, what's the most valuable way to spend my money right now? Like, is that a hard calculation for the AI? Maybe it is. I'm not a AI developer or whatever the case should be, right? But I imagine there's like things are sorted by profit, like as the player, right? Like you could be like, just have the AI build the most profitable building, like every time. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know, like, that's the thing about eco when when I talk about eco is like, I don't really know how to solve the issue other than to tell you that we make way too much money. Things that I think are a thing, like, I would say that I think that, and let me take you from early access. Early access money was way harder. That so much so that many creators complained. That other creators complained about it. Okay. AI was also much worse with eco. And basically didn't do anything. Basically had issues doing anything. Okay. In early access, I'm saying. But the other content creators complained about the money being so difficult. I was able to figure it out, but one of the major changes that they made to make eco easier was, well, a couple things. Zero cost sliders were introduced. Zero cost sliders weren't a feature in early access, meaning you had to pay half always for all sliders, similar to mill slider. So I think that could be something that they would just reintroduce. Like the idea is like, these are your sliders, like this. Like you cannot in early access, you could not. You'd have to pay a certain amount for things. The idea that you pay 0 for stability is kind of stupid. Given I think that the stab cost is insanely high, but I'm like, you should have to you're gonna have to pay some amount of money to keep your nation stable, right? Like I think that that's like reasonable, and the same with diplomats. Like you're gonna have to pay some money to maintain some diplomats around your nation, especially as a bigger nation. Like it's what are you like? You're Hungary and you literally pay 0 to maintain any sort of diplomats. Like that's ridiculous. Or that you pay 0 to keep your nation stable. Like no way, right? But I think those things are like important. Yeah, definitely. I think just you should remove the 0 slider, or either remove. Let's say either remove 0 slider, or make it very punishing. To put it punishing to leave it at 0. Like for example, if I leave my stab at 0, it should be like I should lose stability actively. I think. For example, like this should cause me to lose like 0.5 a month of stability. I kind of like that better. Honestly, too. Like so you can do it, but it's like you should actively. And also, this is something I think with Diplo spending. Negative diplomats should remove your diplomats from the tasks that they are doing. Does that make sense? So it's like if you have a negative balance of diplomats, it should start pulling your diplomats off of the stuff they're doing. What do you guys think of that? What do we like that? I think that's actually a good idea. Like if you're not paying for diplo spending and you're at negative balance of diplomats, it should actually be painful. I also think that, I don't know if this is a popular opinion, but I feel like loyalty of subjects is kind of like, I feel like complacency, we didn't talk about complacency, but complacency is just like really bad, I think. Because like you can get in a position where it's like you will get complacency no matter what you do. Right. But I think I like that a lot more. Also, I think that I feel like raising levies should be more punishing, but that's a different topic, I guess. Oh, you know what? Random thought. The maintained forts modifier from EU4 might be a consideration. The idea that if you have X amount of fully maintained forts, that your armies fight better. Like in EU4, you get like an active bonus if you have like a bunch of forts, right? Like you get like army tradition or something like that. Here's just a thought for you guys. Early access, you were forced to pay for food. I liked this better for balance, I think. Like basically like this wasn't an option, like you just were paying food. You just had to pay for food. It wasn't like a you can just let them starve scenario. I don't know if I'm necessarily like I just like the economic stress that put on your economy. What I'm saying. I don't know if I understand the idea that like sure you can just let your people starve, but like from a gameplay perspective, it actually put a lot of pressure on your economy. And I think it was like good in a way. Or maybe the idea would be like maybe massive amount of deaths for not paying food. Or / disasters firing. Something like that. I think that's like they need to do something with that because just like I guess I'm not gonna pay for food for like a little bit. It's like I don't even think you lose that many people when I've done that. Like I think it's like not punishing enough. But I understand like a lot of like I think part of the issue was like Italy was really hard. But I think lack of food should kill more people. Or like you need to be punished for not paying for these sliders. I think that's like kind of my thought process is like if you don't pay for sliders, any slider, it should be like actively harmful. Yeah, I think it's fine if you don't want to pay for food, but I think more people should die. And I think that not just more people should die, but it should do something like lower satisfaction or something like that, right? Like I think it would be like it should have an effect on your estates too. Like your peasant class should like freaking like want to hate you immediately, or something like that. I don't really know what the answer would be like, but just the idea that like you should have more consequences for not doing it. All the sliders, every single slider that you don't want to pay for should have absolutely negative consequences. Like for example, the stability thing. Like you don't want to pay for stability, well then you're gonna get negative stability. Like actively, you're gonna lose like half of stability a month. Like I think that would be like a good change. Or same with like diplomats. Like if you have like negative, Diplo spending, like you should have negative Diplo rep or something for not paying for Diplo spending at all. Like if you're like this, you should get like negative improved relations and like negative loyalty and stuff like that. I think they need to like really into like some negative benefits if you're just not going to pay anything, because that's like ridiculous of an idea that Empire would pay 0 on these type of things. Yeah. What else about economy? I think inflation is poorly represented, but I don't know if that's like an important thing. Like I feel like inflation is weirdly represented. It's not so simple to just turn off minting and inflation is gone. For example. I almost feel like inflation should be like really hard to remove. And something that's like going to happen over time. Like if you like make a lot of money from gold, it's like you're gonna become more inflated. You can't not. But I just feel like I feel like inflation should be like could be a lot more interesting of a mechanic. Like inflation isn't something that you can just turn on and off. Like in real life, you know, it's like it's something that's like a lot more complex than that. But that would be like, yeah. Right. But I think that in that like same logic path is like we shouldn't have so much money. I think that though inflation is just like in EU4 too, it's like inflation isn't just something that you can like so easily manipulate, right? It's like something that happens to your country as a result of like the way you're making money. And like it's not something that's like you know, so black and white, I guess. Like so simple to be like, "Oh, I'm going to just get rid of the inflation," or something like that. Like it's like things start to be more expensive as time goes on, and that's like part of life. Ish, right? Like inflation should probably just like rise over time and not really it's not something that you can like easily combat. But that's not important to it's not that important to think about. It's just a minor thing. What about buildings? I feel like in general, I mean, I don't really know that I want to talk too much about the buildings, but I think in general, there's probably too many buildings. But it's like, I don't know. It's also not like something that is a bad thing. I don't know. I think the auto expand mod should be like baseline, but that's like a different conversation too. I think that you should be punished for not like. Okay, here's the idea with military. At some point, you should be punished for not having any standing army. Perhaps, an example, AI should be strong enough to punish the player for having no army. Mercs should not be able to solve this problem. Meaning the idea would be like that if you're in like the late game, like you can't just like all of a sudden hire enough mercs to like combat someone that had a fully standing army. When would you have no army? I feel like having no army is actually the strongest way to play right now. And you should just use mercs. Because then you don't have to pay for like government, like the buildings. Like it's so much money you save just using mercs. Here's something with trade. I feel like trade feels too micro to ever want to not automate. I would like a trade system that felt worth it to do it myself, but also fun. What do you think about that take? Like trade feels like you just want to automate it always, but I would rather a trade system that was like fun to interact with, but also like incentivize you for doing it yourself. It's not like I don't feel like the trade system's like that. Like I feel like it's just like too tedious or too much micro for me to ever want to do it. Is kind of my point, like what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I mean I don't mind it either, but I feel like I enjoyed the gaming nature of like EU4's trade more. But it was like more simple to the extent that like I could like interact with it and not feel like I just needed to automate it. If that makes sense. I think that's like a general like idea though, is like I feel like sometimes things are too, or like it's too much of a simulation and not enough of a game. Would be like a generalized thing, but I think I've covered like every like all the main points that I really wanted to talk about. I wrote notes for all these things too. We've talked about today. Like 4 hours of discussion, guys. Jeez. I didn't really stream that long. Yeah, I know that with the food. Yeah, automate should do that. We talked about vassals. And integration and I'd say like in general, like mission trees, maybe eventually after the base game feels more fun / balanced. Oh, the HRE. I mean, we can talk about the HRE. I guess we didn't talk about like antagonism. Like in general, like I think antagonism needs to go up quite a bit. Coalitions need to not fire until they have a significant advantage in the war. Yeah, but I just like as far as coalition wars, like I'm like they need to not fire until they can actually win. Because so many times, like the coalition could actually win, but they don't let it form properly. Like more nations could join coalition. It just fires too soon. Perhaps people should join coalition faster, so this won't happen. Yeah, just like that is the main point of it. Oh, the improve relations thing, like improve relations shouldn't lower antagonism. Or greatly reduce value. Yeah. That's a big issue with the governors to me though, is that I don't think the AI understands governors like the player can. So then you just give the player another tool to outpace the AI. I think values are this way too though, because like the AI isn't gonna like hard push certain values, right? But yeah, the AI being done with that's why I don't like governors as well, is because like the player's just gonna be like figure that out. But yeah, like AI economy needs work. Then build more armies. Here's like a really like weird idea, but I think it would be cool if there was like there was some sort of access like for a difficulty tool that allowed you to give the AI specific modifiers that you chose. Like you can even have it disable Iron Man. I don't care, but like things like give them better like estate satisfaction, or give them better like like you get to choose like instead of it being like all the modifiers. This is very hard, and this is what they get. Like be more like a menu that you can like manually adjust. Would be cool. Like like I want them to have like. No, you can't do that. Like, what if I wanted to give them like I want to give the AI like lower antagonism and well, like more specific stuff like that. I think in general they'll like better automation, better cabinet automation. For example, I want to just integrate for 50 years. I need a way to do that. Well, right, but I'm saying like it's a non-Iron Man way to do that. Like if I want to make the AI more powerful, I can give them specific things to do that. Like I feel like I don't have enough agency to make the game harder, is what I mean. I'll just put that. Not enough agency to increase difficulty of AI. Like I do feel like it's not like playing on very hard isn't actually that challenging for those that have done it. Like it doesn't really even feel much different to me. Maybe that's just my experience, but I'm like I hesitate to say like if I didn't know it was on very hard, I don't even really know that I would feel a difference. Same with AI aggression. Like I don't know that I really feel much of a difference with like high AI aggression versus not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is like we need some way to make the game more challenging for people that want to do that. Oh, I mentioned this. I think I didn't write this down, but I think introduce very hard / insane achievements. Such as things similar to Mehmet's ambition, Mehmet's or Eat Your Greens, etc. These give players goals to achieve that they won't be able to for long periods / give something to pursue. I find like for me personally, I find it fun to chase after these really tough achievements, and failing is part of what makes those achievements feel good. That you're not going to get it the first time or even the second, right? It's like these things are actively hard. Like yeah, like I expect you to fail the first couple times you attempt whatever these achievements might be. Like I think that's like really fun for not only fun for the player but fun for content too. Like just drives more people to the game. Yeah, stuff like that too. Yeah, like I think they need like challenging achievements that are the only most people aren't going to be able to get. Because I mean that's what hooked me into the game originally. It was like things like conquest. Like, oh, I want this achievement, and I kept trying and failing, but I kept like it's like the chase was like fun. It was fun to just like keep pursuing that goal that was like seemed impossible. But I think like yeah, better achievements would be great. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna call it for now. I think that's good. I think I just we covered enough. Everything that I could think of, we covered. So thanks for pitching in, guys. Appreciate you, and have a nice day. Enjoy.